And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
Good morning, it's 6 o'clock on Saturday the 8th of January. Eamon and Isabel have been keeping you company all week here on GB News. But breakfast doesn't stop there because at the weekend you now have me, Anne Diamond.
And me, Stephen Dixon. We're on your TV, your phone and of course now your radio. You can find us on DAB+. So really, you've got no excuse not to take us with you throughout the morning. So here's what we've got coming up for you today.
And they're saying that a fourth booster is not needed, according to the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation. New data apparently shows that the one booster continues to provide high levels of protection against severe disease.
The big summer getaway, do you fancy yours? With no lockdowns in sight, fingers crossed, and the scrapping of PCR tests, Brits are already snapping up the summer holiday deals, apparently. And for our radio listeners, hate to tell you, we're now currently looking at the beautiful turquoise waters of the Maldives.
Can't believe the colour, it's gorgeous. And this will brighten up your morning. A TikTok star who has around 84,000 followers has been using her platform to rehome rescue dogs. Holly Smith from Thetford started helping abandoned dogs after she adopted her dog, Prince, last year. Now, Prince was rescued from what they call a kill shelter in Romania.
Oh, awful, isn't it? Now, this
I like
show,
the idea of
it's
you
awful.
call it a shelter and it's got the word kill with it as well.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense at all. This show is, of course, about you. We want you to be absolutely, well, not just involved, but at the heart of what we do. So if there's a conversation that's pricked your interest, then, of course, get in touch and we'll read it out and do some digging of our own. GBViews at gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at GBNews.
Yeah, you could get in touch with your ideas about where you're going on holiday. It is this time of year. Don't they call this today Sunshine Saturday?
Sunshine Saturday. We're going to be talking about that a little bit
later on.
later
The day that traditionally we all make our plans for summer holidays.
I've already made mine, actually.
Have you booked?
Going to, well, Milan and Rome, but it is a honeymoon.
Oh, well,
so
yeah.
it's a,
Well, you've got
bit
to go
of
anyway,
planning.
then. Yeah.
So, and it's happening. Well, no matter what, I'm going.
Well, I've got a cruise lined up because I love my cruises. But at the moment, I still don't know, whether it's meant to be around the Caribbean. Sorry to name drop, but oh God, it is. I know I can't stop thinking about it. But will they let us off? Will you be? Will all those islands be opened up? That's the problem at the moment of trying to make holiday plans. Where will you be able to go?
But do you just book it and hope for the best?
Yeah,
you think?
Definitely. You've got to have something to look forward to, haven't you?
I think so. Let us know what you're going to be doing. If you're doing that sort of hoping for the best thing, I don't know what else you can do at the minute.
No, but anticipation of a holiday is almost as good as the holiday itself, isn't it?
It is. I totally agree. It is having that light at the end of the tunnel, isn't it?
Oh, do men have a sort of holiday wardrobe like women do?
No.
Women have a whole part of the section of the wardrobe that has sort of floaty, summery things. Do you know?
Right. No.
You don't wear that on.
I don't wear floaty, summery things. No, when I go.
I bet you do.
I mean, you've got your shorts and your T-shirts, and that's about it, isn't it?
No, women. A great deal of planning goes. It's part of the anticipation of the holiday.
I don't
is
understand.
Figuring out what you're going to wear. That's nice.
Hey, I've got to say, Anne, because it is. What time is it? It's 3 minutes past 6 on a Saturday morning.
It's a bit early, isn't it?
What's it like being back on breakfast telly?
Oh, I tell you what, it takes longer for your face to wake up. That's what I've noticed. I remember when I was younger doing breakfast television, I think you even put a thought into how long is it going to take to sort of wake up the face. And I don't think my face has woken up yet, actually.
Oh, it has.
Yeah, a bit later on.
It's nice.
But it's amazing to be back.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it really is quite strange.
I've not done breakfast TV for a while, so it is nice to get up and it's nice to see those sunrises.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
It's a little bit early.
Yes. Sunrise, yes, exactly. What time's the sun rising? About 8 at the moment,
Something like that,
yeah. My brother-in-law is a bit of a fitness fanatic and he goes out running every morning and he always takes pictures of a sunrise and puts them on our sort of family WhatsApp. And they are stunning, stunning pictures. And I just wondered if you were the same and you were out and about, wherever you are in the country, or wherever you are in the world, actually, take a picture of this morning, this morning's sunrise or something like that, and show us what it's like and we'll be able to get an idea of sunrises all over.
Yeah, we've had a few already, not from today, but from earlier in the week. Delia sends us this picture of Ipswich Keys.
I mean, look at the colours.
That.
Just again for our radio listeners, we're looking at what the most amazing pink and orange skies.
Now, often, how do you tell if it's a sunrise or a sunset?
I wouldn't know with that one.
No, I wouldn't.
I'd say that was a sunrise.
But it looks absolutely stunning. Gavin sent us this as well, Portobello Beach in Edinburgh. And again, it's gorgeous. I mean, to be out there walking your dog or whatever at this time of day, how gorgeous is
It's
that?
stunning. And don't forget, if you're going to send us some pictures like this one, we'd love to see it. Tell us exactly where it is of, so that we can get a sense of sort of going around the country.
Yeah.
Love that. Yeah. Great.
Should we run you through some of the top headlines today?
Yes, indeed. How many COVID jabs do we actually need? Well, as I was saying earlier, data from the UK Health Security Agency suggests that a fourth jab is not yet needed, as a booster jab, that's the one booster dose you've had, does apparently provide enough protection for at least 3 months, and it particularly prevents people who are over 65. It protects them against hospitalisation, and that's the important thing they're saying.
Yes, but what if you've had...
I did. I had my
More than
booster
3 months ago.
I had my booster 3 months ago.
Yeah.
And I've been asking, when do I get another? And other countries are doing it. But we're bringing troops in now, aren't we, to help in London hospitals at first, but we'll probably see them elsewhere.
Yeah, and that's because, of course, NHS staff absences have gone up to 59%, which makes you question...
59%.
What are they going to do? They can't keep people off. If people aren't getting particularly ill with Omicron or COVID or, you know, whichever variant it is, do they have to then stay off work? I mean, it's hugely difficult. I wouldn't know what to... Well, I wouldn't know what to do. You've got to call in
Well,
sick,
ideally,
haven't you? But it's
ideally you
problematic.
want NHS workers, particularly care workers, to be completely clear, testing negative. But maybe that's a luxury that we can't afford anymore. No. If 59% of NHS staff are off ill, there's more people off than in work.
Yes.
And that is terrifying.
And there's a lot of pubs and venues and things which are shutting down at the moment, so they're blaming COVID, but of course it's staff absences. My sister-in-law's birthday is today, and they've had to cancel the night out because it's shut down just due to people being off. So what do you do? I don't know. It's very difficult. Now, more than 1 million people have signed a petition calling for the removal of Tony Blair's knighthood. The former Labour PM was appointed a knight in the New Year's honours list.
Well, there's been strong opposition due to his record whilst in number 10, including, of course, the 2003 invasion of Iraq.
Again,
They won't take his knighthood off him.
they
Once the
can't,
Queen has
can
given it, I think that's it.
Unless he turned it down at this late stage, but he's
Isn't
not going to care, is he?
No, I think so. There's a bit of a sort of campaign against him as well at the moment. He's featuring in quite a lot of newspapers, just the front page there of the Daily Mail, sort of saying that millionaire Blairs took furlough money for some of their staff during the pandemic. And they are a very, very rich couple. But if they were entitled, they were entitled.
Presumably it all fell within the rules, so what do you do? Don't know.
Bit of a campaign, as I say.
Well,
it's a bit ugly, isn't it, really?
It is ugly, but maybe people have got the right point to make at the moment. Very unhappy with it. Now, if there are signs of a climate emergency, some would say it is right now. More than 400 weather stations around the world saw record-breaking high temperatures throughout 2021.
10 countries, including Canada, Morocco, Turkey and the US, all broke their highest records. Here in the UK, we recorded one of the hottest December periods. It really was warm.
Well, it was warm, but then it's been really cold this last week.
Yeah, I know. How much weirder does the weather have to get before we say, actually, something's got to be done?
It's weird, isn't it, though, because we always used to call it global warming, and then because it kept getting really cold, they called it climate change.
Yeah.
But something is going on. But I always think when we talk about these, and it was terrible, certainly in Canada, wasn't it, in the heat wave? But we always talk about it when it's then really cold and miserable.
And was it Colorado recently where they had the terrible, terrible fires, followed the day after by snow? How weird is that?
Doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
Should we take a look at today's front pages?
Let's see what we've got.
Well, in the Telegraph there, a fourth jab won't be necessary. That's the lead there in the Daily Telegraph. Experts have found strong levels of immunisation remain more than 3 months after receiving the booster.
Oh, well, that's a good sign. There's an exodus in the NHS, according to the Weekend. According to the paper, medics are leaving en masse after 2 grim years as staff struggle to maintain that work-life balance amid unrelenting pressure. And it really is unrelenting on them.
The Daily Mail says it has interviewed an alleged sex slave of Jeffrey Epstein, who says that Virginia Giuffre told her that she had slept with the Duke of York in London. Prince Andrew, of course, has consistently denied the allegations.
Now let's have a look at The Guardian, and they lead on the acquittal of the Colston Four, who were cleared of criminal damage this week after tearing down the statue of Edward Colston in Bristol in June 2020.
The Independent also leads on the story, saying that ministers have been playing games with the law on the Colston case. The government has been accused of trying to subvert the justice system after the Attorney-General announced that she may refer the case to the Court of Appeal.
Now, the head of the armed forces has told Russia that any attempt by Moscow to sever key underwater communication cables would be seen as an act of war. That's in the Times. He said there's been a phenomenal increase in Russian submarine and underwater activity over the last 20 years.
That's a worry. Households have built up a saving pot worth £1.7 trillion over the course of the pandemic, according to Daily Express. The paper says that families are torn between spending their savings or keeping the money for the rising bills expected this year.
Now, are you a saver? I'm a saver, got to be honest.
Oh, well done. I'm not. I'm a spender. I'm a spender. Other people may have saved during the pandemic. I just spent.
Did you?
Online. I went mad.
Oh, no. It's my northern roots, I must say. I've got short arms and long pockets. As you can see in the Daily Star, our very own Eamon Holmes is hoping to cure his back pain. He's really struggling with his back at the minute. But he's got the help of a magic stick.
OK, what's the magic stick? Some sort of amazing willow or something?
Yeah, but it's been made by the same man or crafted by the same man who made Gandalf's magic stick.
Right.
And apparently it channels good energies and things.
What the wood does? The actual wood of the stick?
Hopefully.
Channels, well, hopefully.
We might have to ring Eamon later and
we'll find out. Absolutely. TV star Denise Van Outen has broken up with her fiancé after discovering he was having phone sex and going on dates with other women. That's according to The Sun.
Oh, dear. And The Mirror is looking at a
vacation stampede.
It's quite a odd headline, that, isn't it? But anyway, looking at our rush to try and get a bit of holiday time.
And the face that is sort of beaming out at us from a lot of the papers today is Sidney Poitier, who has died, aged 94. Lovely, wonderful man.
So did you ever meet him?
No, but I know he's lovely and wonderful. He was just such a wonderful actor, and he had such a gorgeous face, and he was the first black actor to ever win an Oscar for Best Actor.
94.
94.
I always think when people go at a good age like that, you've got a lot to celebrate.
Oh, yes. Yeah, there'll be lots of... They'll be rerunning his old movies and things like that, won't they? Yeah,
worth looking at. I've seen a few, but not many.
Well, frankly, they are a bit black and white, a lot of them, and they are a bit old.
Yeah.
But they were good movies, and he was a lovely man.
Now, let's...
Talk about...
A bit of sunshine again, yes, because it is, as you said earlier on, Sunshine Saturday. It's the busiest time of year for booking holidays, so some travel companies say bookings have jumped back to pre-pandemic levels.
The government has scrapped PCR testing and self-isolation rules, but with Omicron still running rife, will people go abroad or book a staycation?
Well, our North West of England reporter, Bradley Harris, is live at Manchester Airport for us this morning. Morning, Bradley. I mean,
hello.
Is it looking like it's going to be a busy day there at Manchester Airport? Are people getting away when they can?
Yeah, good morning both and happy Sunshine Saturday. That is today, by the way. This is meant to be one of the busiest days for booking holidays compared to any other day of the year. And let me tell you, I can hear people rolling their suitcases into check-in to get their flights to depart today. You can hear the overhead tannoy announcement there. Still reminding people to wear face coverings inside the airport here in Manchester. So the pandemic and the Omicron variant still on people's minds, but Those travel rules then, they have changed. You mentioned it there in your introduction. Boris Johnson on Wednesday announced some changes where you no longer have to do a test 2 days before your arrival into England from any country outside of the UK. You will have to get a PCR test though when you arrive, but you won't have to self-isolate. Tomorrow though, that changes. That changes to a lateral flow test, but you cannot then get your lateral flow test from the NHS. You do have to buy a lateral flow when you arrive in the UK. Also, for those who are unvaccinated, just bear in mind that you will need to continue to take a pre-departure test, PCR tests on day 2 and day 8. And self-isolate for 10 days. So just bear those little rules in mind. But certainly these travel changes have caused an influx in people booking holidays to go abroad. Myself included. I've actually booked a flight to Iceland in a couple of weeks' time, 33 quid with Wizz Air. Granted, when I get to Iceland, I'm probably going to realise it's actually quite expensive here and I've made a mistake. But I'm looking forward to that nevertheless. EasyJet have said that actually their flights have increased by 200% compared to last week, so already bookings are coming in. Jet2 have said that their flight demand has actually gone back to pre-COVID levels. So amazing things to hear and see there about how airlines are actually making a comeback from the pandemic. I'm going to be chatting to a travel agent, Richard Slater, a little bit later this morning to find out how travel agents are coping, your physical travel agent shops going in and booking, and actually quite crucially, where you can find those bargains, like the 33 quid flight that I found just a few days ago. So yes, certainly people are starting to come in to Terminal 2 here at Manchester Airport. Lots of excited faces as people head in to the departure lounge, ready to board their flights.
Yeah, it is interesting though, Bradley, isn't it? Because it's not just... Previously, we've talked about whether it is just people adhering to the rules or whether actually people have this real concern still about flying. It would seem, if you look at those figures from the travel agents and from the airlines, that actually, once the rules allow it, people are just desperate to get on a plane, whether it's to Iceland or somewhere a little bit warmer.
Yeah, absolutely. People generally are very desperate to get away. People want to get away from what has been really a very difficult 12 months, let's be honest. Even over Christmas, people haven't really seen friends or family. That's been a struggle. So people certainly, and you can tell by some of the faces here in the airport, people are really, really glad that they're going to be going away. You've got people earlier on who are walking past me cheering, saying, yes, we're going abroad, we're actually doing it. Because for some people, they haven't actually been away for over 2 years. There was a couple that said we've literally not left the UK in over 2 years, and they were a couple that go on holiday twice a year. So for some people this has been certainly a long time coming.
OK, Bradley, thank you. We'll catch up with you later.
Yeah, not a lot of people around him though, were there, going on holiday?
Not behind him.
No.
They might be just staying away from the camera. I don't know if I'd fancy Iceland.
Well, it's somewhere to go, isn't it? I think you just want somewhere to go and something to see at the moment. We're also used to being able to travel where we want all the time.
I just need a bit of heat.
Yeah, I quite agree. If you're going on holiday, you want to lie on a beach.
Yeah, I think so.
And you want to come back with a nice tan.
That's
Show
always
off
nice.
with your floaty outfits.
No, it is 18 minutes past 6. Let's bring you up to date with the latest headlines.
Well, as we've been hearing, there are calls this morning to prioritise booster jabs to NHS workers amid a looming staff crisis. New figures from the UK Health and Security Agency show the jabs are 90% effective in people over 65 after 3 months. Well, the government's being urged to ditch fourth boosters, or fourth jabs anyway, for the elderly and focus instead on giving NHS staff the vaccine.
Well, meanwhile, 200 service personnel have started deploying to support London hospitals hit by NHS staff shortages because of the coronavirus. New data shows staff absences due to COVID have risen 59% in a week.
In the US, 3 men have been given life for killing Ahmaud Arbery. The 25-year-old's family were in the courtroom to hear the sentencing. The black man was chased and gunned down in Georgia in 2020.
Tributes from across the political spectrum are being paid to the Labour MP Jack Dromey. The Shadow Minister, former trade unionist and husband of fellow MP Harriet Harman, has died suddenly in his Birmingham constituency. Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer says he dedicated his life to standing up for working people. Now, have you tested positive and been stuck in isolation despite being perfectly healthy? And is this causing problems where you work?
Well, if so, you're not the only one, because in a moment we speak to one care home group who are being affected by staff shortages, and their chief is calling for an end to isolation. First of all, though, let's find out how your Saturday weather is shaping up.
It's time to ourselves there's always another winter. Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Well, today, early rain, heavy at times, clearing eastwards, finally clearing East Anglia and South East England late afternoon. Some early hill snow in the north. Brighter, colder weather with heavy, blustery showers, wintry over hills, follows from the west. Windy and blustery, that's the way they're putting it. Tonight, blustery showers continuing, mainly in the north and west. Showers heavy at times, with hail in places, and also wintry over hills. Windy, especially in the southwest. And then on Sunday, early showers in the west gradually becoming mostly confined to parts of northern England by late afternoon. Otherwise, sunny spells and mostly dry in the south and east, wind easing. The outlook for Monday to Wednesday, outbreaks of rain spreading east Monday, southeast staying dry. Brightening from the northwest Tuesday and Wednesday, but overnight fog patches. Cloud and blustery showers in the north.
Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello there, I'm Eamon.
And I'm Isabel.
And you're watching the GB News digital stream across the United Kingdom.
And around the world.
If you're here in the UK, you can also watch us on your TV screen. GB News is Freeview channel 236.
On Sky, we're channel 515.
626 on Virgin Media.
Just remember, you might need to retune your TV to watch the channel.
Yeah, and if you are doing that, find out more about retuning by going to gbnews.uk.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. Well, over a drink, we have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
Good morning, it's 6:23 and you're watching and listening to your New Look breakfast show here on GB News with Stephen and me.
Yeah, don't forget that if you're watching us on TV, then we're also available on DAB radio, so if you need to leave the house this morning, you can keep listening to us. And if you are listening to us on the radio and wonder what we look like, well, you should know.
Then I'll give you a description now.
We're absolutely gorgeous. Then, of course, you can watch us on your TV. Freeview 236, Sky 515, Virgin 626. And we're all over YouTube as well.
I always think it's so sensible and it's really great because when you're watching something at home and then you have to go to work, you have to get in the car, you don't want to leave that programme behind.
No.
You can take it with you now.
And
which
it
is really
works.
cool.
I have to say, it's been really nice getting in the car and putting GB News radio on and just hearing all those familiar voices, and it actually works as a radio medium.
You can stay with
which
us.
is really nice. Now, care home workers who test positive but have no symptoms should be allowed to carry on working. That's according to one care home group boss.
Tony Stein, who runs about 60 care homes across England, says that they're actually really struggling now with staff self-isolating, and that puts a huge pressure on residents and, of course, other employees.
Well, it comes as more than 20 hospital trusts have declared critical incidents because of staff shortages. Our West Midlands reporter Balvinder Sidhu has been to meet him, sent this report.
Today I'm at the headquarters of a care home management company which employs around 2,300 workers and has 60 sites across England. Now around 178 of those workers are self-isolating. Joining me is the CEO Tony Stein, who says that this is causing huge disruption for the business. Tony, thank you so much for joining me. Can you just tell me what impact are the self-isolation rules having, first of all, on your business?
Okay, well, there are a number of impacts. Firstly, on our residents, because every day we have to risk assess the staffing shortage issues. We have to determine whether or not we can safely admit any further residents to our services. We have to determine whether or not we can offer the same level of service to the residents that are in the homes. And of course, by having staff absent, isolating, we are then worried about the pressure we're putting onto an already tired and exhausted workforce that have been working very hard for the last 2 years to manage coronavirus. The existing staff that we have in the homes are having to work extra shifts, are having to cover different roles, and the managers of those services are having to spend an inordinate amount of time making sure that we've properly staffed and we're safely staffing those services. So, it has a drain on management, but it also has a real impact on the remaining staff in the services.
So what's the solution? Because I think you've said that you think they should be allowed to go to work if they're asymptomatic and they test positive. Isn't that a controversial statement to make when we're trying to protect the NHS and reduce the spread of the virus?
In our services, all of our staff by law are mandated now to be vaccinated. So since November, every single member of staff has had two vaccines. We've got a very large number of them that have been boosted, and that's growing by the day. All of our residents are vaccinated and boosted. And of course, a care home is a very different environment to the general public spaces that you see. All the staff are well trained in infection control. And we can wear PPE, and we're very used to managing infection. So, the risks are very, very, very low. But my worry is that if during this mild spread of Omicron, we don't change the way that we behave, then when a potentially more aggressive variant comes out, we'll be back to lockdown, and we won't have taken advantage of the opportunities for our residents to be visited by their loved ones and for our staff to get a little bit of respite. The reality is, though, that it's still a very transmissible disease and people still need to be vaccinated and boosted. I can't emphasise that enough. But I make the point that in our situation in care homes, all of the staff and all of the people we support are vaccinated and boosted. But we should also be treating the situation within care homes slightly differently. And by that I mean shortening the isolation period or even getting rid of it altogether.
It's a huge problem, and we're going to have to find ways around this, aren't we?
Well, we just are. I mean, whereas you look at the medical side of it, seems straightforward, doesn't it? You think, well, you've got to isolate. But actually, if everything's grinding to a halt, what do you actually do?
But you can't let things grind to a halt, I suppose.
No.
But it's a real problem. Coming up, we're going to be looking at the story of one young TikToker. Is that what you call them? TikTokers.
I'm too old.
Who used her following to find homes for hundreds of rescue dogs. That and more after the break.
Here at Gold Reserve Jewellers, we buy and sell gold and silver jewellery. We believe it's best to sell your jewellery face to face so we can answer any questions you might have about the items you are selling. Our friendly and expert staff can help make that process really easy. Our customers are often amazed at the price they receive for bits of old and broken jewellery, and it's always a pleasure to hear about their plans for spending all that extra cash. So call down to Gold Reserve Jewellers for a fast and friendly quote. If you need to buy, sell or repair jewellery, visit goldreserves.co.uk.
The Leather Sofa Company. Beautiful leather sofas made by designer Italian brands. Available in a wide range of colours and styles, with over 300 suites in stock for immediate delivery. and up to £700 double part exchange on your old suite. Visit our showroom in Plasmile Swansea or visit www.leathersofacompanyuk.com to find out more. The Leather Sofa Company. Bellissima.
Right, mate.
Thanks.
What's that, mate?
It's the Raging Bull biltong.
Well, give us some then. Yeah, that tastes lekker, my bro.
You what? It's like you're not wrong, my bro.
Award-winning biltong with South African soul. High in protein and low in carbs and sugar. Visit RagingBullBiltong.com and enjoy 15% off.
Can we have some more of this Raging Bull biltong?
Key is here to answer all your questions on equity release. How easy, for instance, is the process? At Key, we make it easy. Our expert advisors will support you every step of the way. We encourage you to involve your family and we'll leave you to make a decision in your own time. So why not see how much cash you could release with our free online calculator? Key, equity release that's right for you.
Morning. Morning. I thought you were.
Oh, God, you
You're watching Breakfast on GB News and listening as well, maybe, because we're live on your TV and radio this morning.
Now, a staggering £1.2 billion is spent each year on pet insurance. And apparently Britain has more animals than people. Some thieves steal dogs, of course, and go on to sell them. It all sort of boosts the cost of everything, doesn't it? Well, joining us in the studio is broadcaster and dog owner Petri Hoskin, along with...
Bailey.
Bailey. Hello, Bailey. Long time no see.
Yeah, well, you know him, of course, so yeah.
I do. I mean, look, is he insured?
No. And I'll tell you why, because a lot of my friends who've had dogs and insured them, they find at some point that it doesn't cover what they need to have done. So, you know, a friend of mine had a dog that got quite ill when they were 10 years old, for example, and the insurance company go, oh, no, it's an old dog now.
Yeah.
So they don't do it. And I think that pet insurance has been really bad for veterinary practice as well, because just because you can, should you, there's a lot of animals now that go through terrible, you know, once you would have had them put down, now you put them through multiple surgeries and you put them through chemotherapy and all of those things. And it's pushed the price of vets up as well. Since the introduction of pet insurance, the cost of anything you have to have done is really expensive. So no, he's not insured.
My cat had to go to the vet last week, and it was because it was out of hours.
Oh, crikey.
And it cost me, he was in for an hour, he's had laryngitis. And
how do you know?
Had laryngitis.
Had laryngitis.
How do you know?
Well, that's what the vet
He talks with a deep voice.
He stopped meowing. £566.
Wow. I know, it is and I
What
tell
does
you...
he do? He's not insured, he's a rescue cat, they wouldn't insure him.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem that you have with vets now, because everybody's insured, of course, people will now pay for things which they didn't used to pay. My mother was a veterinary nurse, so I grew up in every sort of Saturday in a vet's office, helping out with the animals, and it was it was a lovely thing to do. But there wasn't pet insurance then. It was the days when, the old-fashioned vet would say, "Look, I'm really sorry, but this is a step
I'm sure
too
a lot
far."
of financial experts would probably say you'd be far better off just saving,
it's exactly
instead of
right.
paying for insurance, saving a small amount every month so that you've always got a sort of a fund there if you actually need it.
The trouble is you feel really guilty, because if you've got a dog, and as much as you know how much I adore this dog, Stephen, I mean, I absolutely love him. He's my favourite child, and I've only got one son. But no, he knows. It's fine. He does know. You feel guilty because you go in there and they say, right, he needs a hip operation, for example. That'll cost you £5,000. And you think, well, if I don't do it, I'm a bad owner, because you love them. And that's the problem.
Yes, you feel you're in a trap.
Yeah, you do. And so, yes, by all means, save. But also, I guess, in a way, kind of be prepared to say no.
But if you want to put a dog, for instance, into kennels or with a dog sitter while you're away on holiday, talking about holidays again, then I think you've got to be insured, haven't you? They demand that you're insured.
They probably do, but I don't know whether it would be veterinary insurance or another kind of insurance in case there's an accident or whatever. But I just, I've never done it. And my cat was a rescue as well. And now we've got Miss Edith, who was also a rescue. She's vile.
Miss Edith?
I was going to say.
Miss Edith.
Sounds like my headmistress.
Miss Edith, and she is absolutely vile. My son loves her, but I can't. She doesn't like me at all. She'll come up and slap me around the face for no reason, literally. But so neither of them are insured. But I know that if push came to shove, I'd sell my house to pay for an operation for him. That's the thing, and that's the problem. I just don't agree with insurance, because I do think that insurance of all kinds offers you an umbrella when the sun's shining and takes it away when it starts to rain.
I bet there are a lot of people watching right now who are probably agreeing with you that they've had to take this decision about whether or not to take out pet insurance and whether or not you feel that you're being bled dry. But on the other hand, as you said, you love them. If you've got any stories, actually, we'd love to hear your pet story and whether or not you've had that dilemma.
But some have spent £20,000-30,000 on their dogs. I remember reading a case of a goldfish, and this is absolutely true, you can look it up, where the owner spent £10,000 on having some kind of fish, having surgery on it, and they even show pictures of the surgery.
Now, all right, I know that sounds crackers, but if you love
it, exactly
would you do it?
that.
Or would you take that harsh decision, actually? No.
Well, that's the thing.
Just a dog or a cat.
You'd do anything for Timmy, wouldn't you?
I would do anything for Timmy. That's the cat, by the way. I would do anything for Timmy, including spending 560
So you're a cat person rather than a dog person?
Yes, but my other half wants a dog eventually.
Good. Get a dog. Get a rescue dog.
It would be. Oh, it'd have to be a rescue.
Yeah.
But talk about all the money. People spend a fortune on buying fancy breeds and all the rest of it. But what about rescue pets? Because, I mean, yours is a rescue.
Mine's a rescue.
Mine's a rescue.
Yeah, well,
rescue.
You don't always know what you're getting, do you, really?
With a rescue, no.
No, I mean, he's beautiful, he's gorgeous, you can see he is. And so is my little Ellie, she's gorgeous. But I always think, well, I was very lucky because she's got such a lovely temperament. But if you're taking in a rescue, you don't really know what you're getting.
No, and that's the problem, man, because I've been looking at getting another... Shh, don't tell him. Another dog. And
replacement? Disney?
No, never. But I want to have a rescue. But many of them have come from puppy farms. Many of them have been very badly abused. And it is very, very tricky. So before you take on a rescue, you've really got to know the background story.
Yeah, no, this is true. But actually, another trending story is how a TikTok user has helped lots of dogs find new homes. Holly Smith from Thetford says TikTok has helped to find homes for hundreds of rescue dogs.
Brilliant idea.
Which is, it is really nice, but it is all about, as much as it's about what the animal is like, it's about the owner as well, isn't it? I mean,
Absolutely.
the owner has to know.
You have to know. And some of the places that rehome dogs, and there are many of them, do thorough background checks.
And they get to know the animal first themselves as well and say, it won't suit you, that one.
Yeah. It needs a home without another dog in it, or it needs a home with another dog in it to teach it.
Or it needs an experienced owner, and I was a complete novice. So they gave me a very easy dog.
It worked out for you, though, didn't it?
It's been brilliant, yeah. Little Ellie, would you like to see a picture of my little dog?
Have we got a
little Ellie.
Oh,
she's absolutely beautiful. She's very demanding, though. No, she's a Bichon Frise. And but she wakes me up in the morning. She's a bit of a nag, to be honest. In fact, she's the diva in the house, really.
Oh, I don't believe that for a second.
She's a nag. She sits at the end of the bed at about 6 o'clock in the morning. Not when I'm not doing this. Goes,
time to get up. Yeah,
when I got up really, really early this morning, she looked so excited that she was going to be taken for a walk.
Thank you.
I had to say, no, it's 2:30 in the morning. You're not having a WAOK.
Well, he was really confused when I left the house, because he's used to me leaving the house early in the morning to go to work. And I went, come on then. He went, what? At this time? Are you kidding?
Have we got a picture of you?
Have we got Timmy? Timmy's not ready. Timmy's not ready yet. They've
lost it.
They've obviously downgraded.
Oh, Timmy's gorgeous.
Side of things.
But you see, it comes down to whether you're a dog person or a cat person, and dogs rule, don't they?
They do rule.
I don't know about that. But you see, the nice thing about Timmy in the rescue centre was that he picked me.
It was the same with my last one, yeah.
Sort of walk around, and he's the one who wouldn't leave me alone.
Yeah, well, he insisted on me as well. I got pictures. He was about 4 or 5 months old when I got him, and he was just literally like, "Hi, Mum." Yeah. So that was it.
And he's a good decorator as well.
He's he's got covered in paint at the moment.
He's got paint all over him.
What have you been doing?
He's like, well, at least that's not oil paint, because I'm painting oil paintings at the moment, and normally he gets that all over him, and this is just emulsion, so it will wash out.
It will wash out.
Yeah, don't say the word bath either.
Oh no, he hates them. He hates them, don't you? And you are a stinky dog.
Come on, let's have a bit of Timmy, because I actually know he's watching at home.
Is he?
Oh, he needs
Timmy,
to.
this is for you, darling.
Oh,
look how handsome he is.
He is a gorgeous boy. He's about 4.
See, why was he a rescue? What's his background?
He's got a broken leg, so he's got a wired front leg. And whether he was in an accident and they
couldn't be
find the owners,
bothered, or they couldn't afford it.
They couldn't afford it, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe he was already developing laryngitis and they didn't want to have to cough up the vet's bills.
But he's about 14 now.
Oh, you've got years yet.
Oh, I hope so.
You've got years yet. My last cat survived, I think. We didn't know because she was a rescue, but we think she was about 20.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
See, that's good. That's a good age.
And she was a little black and white cat.
And what sort of breed is Bailey? Oh,
cute.
A Heinz 57. Okay.
No, he's supposed to be a Mulchi, but he's way too big. So Mulchi, which is half Shih Tzu and half Maltese.
I see.
But he's too big. So I think some people think it's Bichon cross with Shih Tzu.
Oh.
That's fine. There are a lot of fluffy
But look,
dogs
he's
around
very,
at the moment like
he's
that.
very good, isn't he?
He's very calm. He's not
likes
normally
it here.
this calm.
I've drugged him.
Oh.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. He's just sleepy, I think.
The only downside to this is if you're listening on GB News Radio...
Oh, you can't see him?
You're missing out on all of this.
He's a little black and white fluffy thing, just sat there on the table.
On the table next to... getting fur in all our GB News mugs. But you're a gorgeous boy, aren't you? You're a gorgeous boy.
Yeah, I love him desperately. But like I said, I'm not going to... Actually, I don't think they would insure him now at 7.
No.
Is that right? Do they
yeah, the older dogs, they cost so much money.
Well, if you've had an interesting story, tell us your views on pet insurance and how much animals like that can cost, no matter how much we love them. It's GBViews at GBnews.uk. Yeah, there you go.
Plus animal pictures, please.
Oh, yeah, we'd love to see
They're always nice
your
to
mutts.
see. Yeah. And cats.
And
Thank
cats.
you very much. Petri, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Bailey, always a pleasure, darling. Oh, he's a lovely boy.
Right, shall we bring you up to date with today's news headlines? There are calls this morning to prioritise booster jabs to NHS workers amid a looming staffing crisis. New figures from the UK Health and Security Agency say that the jabs are 90% effective in people over 65, even after 3 months. The government's being urged to ditch 4th jabs for the elderly and focus instead on giving NHS staff the vaccine.
Meanwhile, 200 service personnel have started deploying to support London hospitals hit by NHS staff shortages because of the coronavirus. New data shows staff absences due to COVID have risen 59% in just 1 week.
Thousands of flat owners will not have to pay to remove dangerous cladding from their buildings. Housing Secretary Michael Gove says developers will have to cover the costs of the cladding for buildings over 11 metres tall. The bill is estimated to be up to £4 billion.
In the United States, 3 men have been given life for killing Ahmaud Arbery. The 25-year-old's family were in the courtroom to hear the sentencing. The black man was chased and gunned down in Georgia in 2020. I'm quite pleased about that cladding story.
Yeah, that is good news, isn't
because
it?
you do hear these absolute horror stories, don't you, of people who just can't
afford to do anything. Well, they have to do it to the whole building.
And they've got all these houses then that they own, or flats that they own, that are just unsellable.
Yeah, and terrifying to live in, having seen what you've seen happen. It is good news. Anyway, we'll hear more about it. £4 billion. I'm surprised it's only that much. Actually.
Yeah,
Would have thought it'd be more expensive.
Let's have a look at the front pages for you, and we'll start with a 4th jab not being necessary. That's on the front of the Telegraph. Experts have found strong levels of immunisation remain after 3 months after you get that 3rd jab. So that's good news for anyone who's more than 3 months gone in their booster jab timeline.
There's an exodus in the NHS, according to the iWeekend. According to the paper, medics are leaving en masse after 2 grim years as staff struggled to maintain a work-life balance amid unrelenting pressure.
For the Mail, it says it's interviewed an alleged sex slave of Jeffrey Epstein, who says Virginia Giuffre told her that she had slept with the Duke of York in London. Prince Andrew consistently denying those allegations.
Now, The Guardian's lead story focuses on the acquittal of the Colston Four, who were cleared, if you remember, of criminal damage this week after tearing down the statue of Edward Colston in Bristol in June 2020.
The Independent leads on that story, saying ministers have been playing a game with the law on the Colston case. The government's been accused of trying to subvert the justice system after the Attorney-General announced she may refer the case to the Court of Appeal.
The head of the armed forces has told Russia that any attempt by Moscow to sever key underwater communication cables would be seen as an act of war. Sir Tony said there had been a phenomenal increase in Russian submarine and underwater activity in the last 20 years. That's on the Times.
Households have built up a savings pot worth £1.7 trillion over the course of the pandemic, according to the Daily Express. The paper says families are now torn between spending their savings or keeping the money for the rising bills expected this coming year.
And there's the Daily Star. It reports that GB News presenter Eamon Holmes is hoping to cure his back pain with the help of a magical stick. Yes, that's the front page lead of the Daily Star.
It's worth a try, that's what I say. TV star Denise Van Outen has broken up with her fiancé after discovering he was having phone sex and going on dates with other women, according to The Sun, neither of which I think would be good for the marriage, would it?
Not happy news, is it?
No,
that's on The Sun. And then the Daily Mirror, of course, is talking about what they call a vaccination stampede. It's VACC-ation stampede. Vaccination or vaxation stampede.
Yeah.
Double-jabbed Brits in rush to book summer holidays. Because, of course, this is Sunshine Saturday. It's the day when we are all thinking of our holidays and making those bookings.
Oh, yes, please.
Wonder.
Now, it's time to go through the papers in a bit more detail with Dawn Neeson, former editor of the Daily Star, and Peter Whittle, director of the New Culture Forum.
Morning.
Good to see you both this morning. Can we kick off with the eye and medics leaving the NHS, Dawn?
Yes, indeed. It's covered in most of the papers, but the eye have splashed on it and done a spread inside. And this is reporting that NHS medics have been quitting in record numbers as staff warn of burnout among overwhelmed workforce. More than 27,000 medics left the NHS in the third quarter of last year. And they've spoken to some of the people at the front line who have given horrific examples of what they've been through. And there was one, he is suffering from PTSD after working on a COVID ward, with the strain costing him his marriage. And you can't quite believe what these people have been dealing with.
I think it's been relentless, hasn't it? They've been going into work every day, facing growing worries, dealing with staff, having to do jobs that they're not used to doing themselves, having to take on extra responsibilities. And I think the idea, I know several people who are under that sort of strain, and the idea of going in and another year of it or something like that is just too much.
The one that
they
really,
are leaving.
The one that really worried me, Anne, was Claire, a nurse in the northeast of England, and she said, I can't remember the last time I looked after somebody properly. I feel like I'm spinning plates and waiting for them to come down. And it's that sort of quote that is really quite scary, because it makes you appreciate that we can't carry on like this, can we? It was something has to give, and I'd rather it not be the marriages and the mental health.
But I wonder what
people on the front line.
I mean, how do you cope if you've got staff off because they've got COVID? How do you deal with it? Let them back into the hospital even though they've got COVID? You can't do that, can you? Or can you? I mean, we earlier heard of a care home that's thinking of doing exactly that.
Well, perhaps, in the long run, there will be some wider look at the way that the NHS works, so that basically, staff are not exposed for this great length of time. I mean, this is the point, really, isn't it? Over the long term. At the moment, you can't do it, but maybe a general look at the way in which the NHS is.
But that's more staff, then, is it?
Well,
ultimately.
Yeah.
I know it's become almost a cliche now, but it needs like a root and branch, and this is not something that can happen overnight, but a reorganisation. When you've got a staff nurse, the sort of lady that they've interviewed here saying, I can't do my job properly, on £23,000 a year, and you've got a manager who quite clearly aren't doing their jobs properly on £240,000 a year.
Absurd.
Something is going wrong.
Yeah.
Something has gone horribly wrong with the system.
Yeah, huge amount of managers.
Yes.
Well, I mean, the NHS was under stress before the pandemic came.
Of course.
I mean, all of these professionals were warning of this.
Yes.
But then the pandemic hit, and it's been worse than anyone could possibly imagine.
And we should have prepared. We had an exercise to prepare for this a good few years ago.
And the experts have are constantly saying this isn't going to be our only pandemic.
No, it's going to happen again, Anne.
So we've got to learn lessons fast, haven't we?
I think so. I mean, I get the feeling that we're slightly, possibly over the peak now of the whole thing. That's my feeling. So maybe the situation will ease, but I think the structural problems will be there. I mean, there's a crisis for the NHS virtually every winter, is there not?
Yes,
really?
Always is.
And so this is the problem. I think this has got to be somehow faced, but politically it is so difficult to do it.
Well, talking of political problems, Peter, in the Independent and in the Guardian, looking at the Colston statue and what they're calling Tory meddling in this case.
Yes. Well, I mean, that's the Guardian's view. The problem with it, really, Steve, is that it's been a political case from the very start.
Quite.
I mean, you know, the way in which the defence case, what they put to the jury, was considerable pressure. He was saying, look, you know, you've got to make the right decision, i.e. what we believe, and you've got to make sure, because it's going to reverberate around the world.
It certainly will. We're reverberating around every city you can think of.
Yes,
that's got a sort of contentious statue somewhere, including Parliament Square.
Which
you think
everywhere.
Of the statue of Winston Churchill, which has been defaced before. Suddenly, is it OK? Are people going to see it as a green light now?
Exactly. Well,
to deface?
I think the people who want to deface and want to desecrate will see it as a green light. I mean, you know, because they've sort of had a kind of tacit permission given here. This is an open and shut criminal damage case, really.
Well, this is the public think that. If you listen and talk to everybody, it's like, I don't understand it. They almost admitted criminal damage and they were cleared of criminal damage. So I don't understand it. But almost every lawyer is going, no, the jury's decision is final. We have to stick by it. But what I want to know, Peter, is what was on trial here? It almost feels like to me that the statue and the past of Edward Colston was on trial.
Yes, it was Colston who was on trial.
Rather than the actions of 4 people who literally admitted and were filmed.
I bet you there are people watching now from cities all over the country, indeed all over the world, as I said earlier, who've got one of these statues maybe in their town that has probably got a very dodgy or contentious background. And maybe should on every council there be a committee that actually looks at this very thing?
No, because I think that way lies madness. Actually, you'll find that they all start coming down because everyone's so frightened of saying the wrong thing. I mean, the fact is, Anne, is when you ask people, when they do polls, local polls, people do not want the statues to come down. They don't necessarily. It doesn't mean that they, in some way, agree with maybe, in this case, slavery. Of course, who does? No one. But they just see it as being part of our history, and you can't keep ripping it down.
I think maybe in Bristol, if you're white and middle class, you might think that, but not if you're a black mother wheeling her children past that statue every day. When that statue is up there as a celebration of somebody who made money out of it.
Yes, I know, but
it's an insult to half the population of Bristol.
Of course it is, but it should be debated, and there was a movement in Bristol to get the statue moved and changed and have a plaque explaining what was going on. That's all fine, and no one's agreeing with slavery, obviously, but this is wrong. You can't go about taking the law into your own hands because you disagree with a political viewpoint, whether that viewpoint is right or wrong.
Well, OK, let's move on to, because we'll never get to an answer on that one, obviously.
No.
Let us know what you think. I should point out on that one. It is hugely contentious. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Let's talk fourth jabs, should we? Because there is concern. We were told that the booster jab gives you 3 months of protection, and people have had their jabs for 3 months, or coming up to about 3 months now. We're now being told it's going further than that, which is good news, Peter, obviously.
Well, it is good news, but at the same time, we were told so many things, weren't we? I mean, we were told that we would have freedom when we had the vaccine. I mean, that's our ancient history, isn't it? It's going on and on.
To be fair, we've had a lot more freedom since the vaccines, haven't we?
Yes, of course, in some ways there's no comparison, but I'd say that, psychologically, there's still a kind of sword hanging over people's head. They don't quite know what's going to come up next. There's a great deal of uncertainty. I mean, I know I feel it, But with this story, well, I think that the problem is that when is it going to actually end? This is the point, you know.
Well, I'm not sure there's an answer to that, is there? I mean, we keep asking that question, but is it fair to ask even the experts that question? There isn't really... and to be actually fair to the experts as well, your Jonathan Van Tams, etc., did say that vaccination wasn't of itself going to be the only way, the only answer. We've got to do all the other things as well. They did say that from the beginning.
They did. I think the thing is, what is underlying all of this, of course, is that they're saying, oh well, in fact, we know a lot more about this particular variant, and it's mild. I mean, excuse me, but I remember at the very beginning when this thing turned up in South Africa, they were very clear in saying actually it appears to be very, very mild. All the cases that we're dealing with, very mild. I mean, still you get ill, but very, very mild. And somehow we sort of ignored that.
Well, that's the problem. We ignored the real-world data, and we were sticking with Sage's modelling, which has never been accurate and always on the doomsday scenario. And my big issue with the whole thing is that we have deliberately terrorised a population that were unsure and scared in the first place. But it's good news, I mean, because as the Telegraph reports, COVID numbers in Britain fell for the third day in a row, and figures from Scotland show that just 1% of people who test positive for COVID are ending up in hospital. So it does appear we're going in the right direction, doesn't it?
Until the next variant. I didn't mean that.
Don't be all doom and gloom, man. Don't be all doom and gloom.
No, I'm not doom and gloom. It's just that things might be feeling better because we are going to come out of this winter, and as we know, the virus doesn't like warm weather. So we probably might get a good summer with any luck. But will we face all of this
It's
again?
a Saturday morning, come on, let's go for it.
Saturday. Let's see how
it is Sunshine Saturday. On which note, thank you both.
Seamless link there.
No, it's not, because I'm cutting you off. I know you wanted to talk about holidays, but we'll do that next hour.
No, Stephen, you promised me a holiday.
I know, but I'll tell you what,
we will
promise
talk
you next
holidays.
hour. Next hour we'll do holidays. In the meantime, let's have a look at the weather for you.
It's time to remind ourselves there's always another winter. Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello, mixed fortunes of weather across the UK through this weekend. Some heavy rain and some strong winds on Saturday. A little bit less cold than it has been recently, but sunshine and showers returning by the time we get through to Sunday. If we look at the pressure pattern, then you can see the reason why. There's large area of low pressure is bringing frontal systems eastwards across the UK. So some heavy rain, like I said, and also some strong winds shown by the tightly packed isobars on the chart. So it's a wet start to the day across the UK on this Saturday morning. Some really quite heavy rain around, particularly towards South Wales, South West England. Still the chances of snow across higher ground of Scotland for a time, and some strong winds to accompany that rain as well, particularly towards the southwest and across the English Channel. Now, once that rain clears through, it will turn brighter from the west with some sunny spells, but a rash of showers spreading in from the Atlantic, and again those showers could be heavy and possibly wintry, particularly over higher ground. Still staying windy, particularly towards the southwest with the risk of gales, but for many places a slightly milder day than it has been recently. Now, through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, we say goodbye to that rain across the far southeast, and behind it, a mixture really of clear spells and some showers. Again, those showers could be heavy, possibly wintry, particularly towards the north and the west. But as I said, between those showers, some clearer spells for a time, and under those clear spells, it will turn rather cold. These are temperatures in towns and cities, but I think in more rural spots, a little bit colder than that. So again, the risk of some frost and a few icy patches to start Sunday morning. But as we do start Sunday morning, though, a brighter start to the day, I think, compared to this morning. Some sunshine first thing, but already from the word go, some showers towards the north and the west. Again, those could be quite heavy and possibly wintry, and those will slowly push their way eastwards through the day. A chance of a more persistent spell of rain and snow into the afternoon as well. But as I said, a brighter day for many places, more in the way of sunshine. Temperatures not quite as high as they will be on Saturday, though. I think around where they should be really for the time of the year. Quick look ahead then to the early part of next week. A lot of dry weather to come across the south at first, but a lot of cloud around across the UK. Still some patchy rain towards the north and the west, but I think gradually through the week, many places would turn drier and brighter, with temperatures around average for the time of the year.
Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello there, I'm Eamon.
And I'm Isabel.
And you're watching the GB News digital stream across the United Kingdom.
And around the world. If
you're here in the UK, you can also watch us on your TV screen. GB News is Freeview channel 236.
On Sky, we're channel 515.
626 on Virgin Media.
Just remember, you might need to retune your TV to watch the channel.
Yeah, and if you are doing that, find out more about retuning by going to gbnews.uk.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 8th of January. Eamon and Isabel have been keeping you company all week here on GB News, but breakfast doesn't stop there because at the weekend you now have me, Ann Diamond.
And me, Stephen Dixon. We're on your TV, your phone and your radio. You can find us on DAB+, so really you've no excuse not to take us with you this morning. And this is what we've got coming up for you.
A fourth booster is not needed, so says the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation. New data shows that one booster continues to provide high levels of protection against severe disease.
The big summer getaway with no lockdowns in sight at the moment and the scrapping of PCR tests. Brits are already snapping up summer holiday deals. For our radio listeners, hate to tell you, we're looking right now at the beautiful turquoise waters of the Maldives. You need a few pennies if you're going to go there, though.
And this is going to brighten up your morning. A TikTok star who has around 84,000 followers has been using her platform to rehome rescue dogs. Holly Smith from Thetford started helping abandoned dogs after she adopted her dog, Prince, last year. Prince was rescued from a kill shelter in Romania.
Now, of course, this show is all about you. We want you to be really very much at the heart of what we're doing. So if there's something you want to talk about this morning, then get in touch. There are two easy ways of doing it. You can email us gbviews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at gbnews.
I must say, it's a great day for dreaming about holidays.
Oh, isn't it just? Especially when, it was freezing cold this morning. Really, really cold getting into the car. So you do think of those warm summer mornings and a bit of sunshine heading to the beach.
And it's always this time, it's just post-Christmas, when you notice all the adverts on the telly are all about holidays. And it really gets you going. And it's lovely to have a holiday to look forward to.
Well, it is Sunshine Saturday, isn't it? The
Sunshine
time
Saturday.
when we historically have booked a lot of summer holidays, at least started to think about booking those summer holidays. But can we do it at the minute? Can we just...
Can you be sure of what you're going to get, I suppose?
Do you take the risk?
I think now, a lot of people, well, they're reporting that people are doing that. I think we've had enough now of being locked in and locked down, and you just want to get out.
It's all about sort of going through the right channels, isn't it, to make sure that you are covered, that your insurance covers you, if it all gets called off at the last minute or what have you.
Yeah,
But you've got to hope it doesn't.
It's not knowing quite as well what's going to happen if you book several months in advance. What state is the world going to be in? Will you be able to go to certain countries? Will it be a problem?
Let us know what your plans are this year. gbviews@gbnews.uk. You can tweet us at gbnews. And also, we want your sunrises.
Yes, please. A lot of people go out early in the morning, and if you see a wonderful sunrise or something like that, as my brother-in-law always does, takes the most sensational photographs when he's out on his morning run. We'd love to see your photographs. Remember to tell us where they're of. Where are you at the time? But we saw some lovely pictures in the last hour. Should we have another look again?
Oh, yeah.
Delia sent us this picture already of Ipswich Quay. And it's just the most fantastic colours. You can't believe sometimes.
Oh, there you go.
She wouldn't have had a filter on that, would she? I think that probably is the real colour, and that's why she took this beautiful picture. For our radio listeners, it's just the most stunning yellow, pink, orange sky reflected in the sea as well.
It's absolutely gorgeous. And if you are out sort of on a morning dog walk or what have you, and you're by the sea, this one is beautiful. It's from Gavin. It's Portobello Beach in Edinburgh, which I have to say I've not heard of.
No, me either. But now you know it, don't you? It does look fantastic. So, yes, please send us your sunrise pictures and then it sort of take us around the country or maybe even around the world. We'd love to see them. Yeah. So you send that into GBNews at GBNews?
Yes. .uk.
Thank you.
.uk. It's this new thing now, isn't it? Well, it's been around for a little while, but you don't need the .co.uk. You just go .uk. Well, you've got to have the right address for it, but yeah, you can just .uk. It's like, why wouldn't you have that? Because America and a lot of countries...
Well, they just have .com, don't they?
.com or .whatever. So, yes,
.uk. The internet would grow so big.
So there you go, get it right. Let's bring you up to date with all the latest headlines then. And as we've been hearing, there are calls this morning to prioritise booster jabs to NHS workers amid a looming staffing crisis. New figures from the UK Health and Security Agency show the jabs are 90% effective in people over 65 after that crucial 3 months. The government's being urged then to ditch the 4th jabs for the elderly and focus on giving NHS staff the vaccine instead.
Meanwhile, 200 service personnel have started deploying to support London hospitals hit by NHS staff shortages. New data shows absences due to COVID have risen 59% in a week.
Thousands of flat owners will now not have to pay to remove dangerous cladding from their buildings. The Housing Secretary, Michael Gove, says developers will have to cover the cost of the cladding changes for buildings that are 11 metres tall or higher. The bill's estimated to be about £4 billion.
And in the US, 3 men have been given life for killing Ahmaud Arbery. The 25-year-old's family were in the courtroom to hear the sentencing. The black man was chased and gunned down in Georgia in 2020.
Tributes from across the political spectrum are being paid to the Labour MP Jack Dromey. The Shadow Minister, former trade unionist and husband of Harriet Harman, died suddenly in his Birmingham constituency yesterday. The Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer says he dedicated his life to standing up for working people.
And the family of trailblazing actor Sir Sidney Poitier says his death has left a giant hole in our hearts. The first black man to win a Best Actor Oscar had died, aged 94, and amongst his films were In the Heat of the Night and To Sir with Love. OK, so we're talking New Year. Yes. Have you made any resolutions and have you kept them?
No.
Usually when I make a resolution, it lasts about 6 days.
Yeah, I've given up bothering, to be perfectly honest. I've not got that much to give up. Apart from this perpetual diet.
It's not just about giving up, it's about taking up something.
Is it, do you think?
Oh, gosh, it's not just giving up. Take up something instead, like running every morning, 2:30 in the morning before you come here.
I don't fancy that, but lots of studies are showing that exercising more in the new year and improving fitness is one of the most popular resolutions, but it is difficult to stick to them all. So let's find out what we can and maybe can't do with fitness and mindset instructor Hayley Palmer. Good to see you this morning.
Hello, hi.
It is a bit tricky, isn't it, when it comes to making a New Year's resolution and setting goals you can stick to?
Yes, it is, because we've had this thing where we're like, well, this year in 2022, we're going to, run a marathon, we set these big goals, but actually, I think the best thing to do is set mini goals. So, for example, you could set a goal for today, you could set a goal for this week, or you could set a goal for the whole month. And that way, you're getting those small wins, because January is a tough month.
It's cold,
you wake up
miserable.
in the morning, I feel like that, you wake up and it's dark mornings and it's January and you're getting over Christmas. And actually, it's a lot to take on mentally. So, like I said, those small goals, write them down, keep a journal, how you're feeling, and it is possible that way. I also hold classes, fitness classes, on the beach in Portsmouth.
In January?
In January, and we actually go into the sea sometimes afterwards.
Oh.
That's one for you.
So there we go. I'm signing both of you up for this. And I also run classes on Zoom, and I just call it Wake and Shake, and people just come on their pyjamas, and we just jump around and we get moving. Because
But how many stick with it after maybe 1 or 2 days?
it's a good question, because obviously everyone starts joining the gym and starts coming to classes, and then you kind of see the excuses. And that's okay, but I do find that they do come back. Because I make it really fun. And that's the key, I think. If you're going there, you're thinking, well, do you know what? I'm having a really good time. And it's lifting that energy for the day. And then when you've lifted the energy, you can make better decisions throughout your day. But I know it's tough. Honestly, I do wake up and I do feel rubbish myself, so I do get it.
It's those people, and I've been guilty of it myself, where you think, right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take more exercise. And you absolutely, as my dad would say, you back your pan out. And you're absolutely... So you back your pan out.
You back your pan out?
Yeah, so you're exhausted
You
by the end of
overdo
it. So you overdo it,
Right,
in effect.
got it, yeah.
And so that does put you off, doesn't it?
Exactly. A lot of people do that. They go to the gym, I'm going to go twice a day, and I'm really going to go for it, and I'm not going to eat anything bad, and it's just too much. But unfortunately, we've got into that mindset where it's like all or nothing.
You need to do something, though, don't you, that gives you some sort of reward almost straight away.
Yes.
Well, you do, otherwise you're not going to stick with it.
Yeah, but what sort of reward? What's a what?
Chocolate.
No, I don't mean like chocolate. No, I mean that you do actually feel better, or maybe you've lost a pound
Yeah,
or
because
something.
when you get on the scale and you see you've lost £2, that
Mm.
encourages you, like, I'm going to go even better next week. But I also think not only physically, it's important mentally. So I've noticed a real game changer is gratitude when you wake up. I make a little list of 10 things that I appreciate. And I know, again, you wake up and you think, oh, can I really be bothered to do that? But it just changes up your mindset. And actually...
But you make a list of
what you're grateful
things to be
for.
grateful for?
Yes, for the day.
How many should you aim for?
I would aim for 10.
10?
Yes, but it can be little things.
That's a lot.
Yes.
Grateful for.
But honestly, watch how your mindset changes just from doing that. It honestly changes things up a lot. And
Well, you'd
also,
start to be more positive for a start.
Exactly. And setting your intentions for the day. What do you want to do today? What do you want to achieve from today? Because we just sort of, before you know it, you're kind of lounging about, having your breakfast, watching telly, which is great. But actually, where do you want to go today? What do you want to achieve? And no one trained you in these things, but I have learned the hard way, because I used to wake up and waste time and feel rubbish. And it's from feeling rubbish that I thought, no more, I don't want to feel like that. I'm going to make those small changes. But those small changes add up to big things eventually. So just keep going every day with those little things, even if it's just a little reward.
How about tying all this into weight loss then? Because that is obviously very important for a lot of people.
Especially after Christmas.
Especially after Christmas and a bit of a blowout. It's tying in. Some people, I mean, I'm guilty of it. Again, you tend to go for either diet or exercise. How do you tie the both in together?
Yeah, I mean, it's different for different people, but I find for myself, I try and keep a diary of what I eat every day. Because we get into really bad habits. We all do it, don't we? We're having a bad day and we're like, oh, do you know what? I'm going to get, a takeaway, and and it all goes down here from there. So I would suggest, keeping that diary of what you eat, and you'll notice those little patterns of what's happening. And also just little and often, just maybe going for a walk. Actually, that's great. And you just, again, lift your energy. Fantastic. Or just signing up to that class and just committing to that for 1 month. And then after that month, seeing how you feel. And then, so it's just all these things, looking after yourself and, having that good relationship with yourself where you're thinking, yeah, I feel really good that I just went to that class. And it's not as scary. It's always that thought beforehand.
It's scary.
So you find that when you go to the class, you come away and you think, you never feel rubbish, do you? You always feel better.
Yeah, you always feel better, you do. So, it's like just going out for a walk. You always feel better.
But it's very, you do feel very self-conscious going to an exercise. If you're overweight or not, because people always seem to know what they're doing and you don't.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, but when you get there are usually people much more overweight than you.
Oh.
Do you know what? We're all worried about ourselves, aren't we? We're all worried about what we think look like. And actually, no one else really cares. I mean, my classes, I try and make it as fun as possible. People come in. It's not just the fitness, it's the social as well. So people are getting that element of coming back and, next week we're going to do this. And it's that community spirit, which I think is really important. But, yeah, it's mental and physical. And it's finding that thing that works for you. I love dancing around. That's my thing. And it makes me feel good. As soon as I hear music, it changes it for me. Like, I can literally put a song on, dance around my front room with my hairbrush, singing full blast, and that lifts the endorphins straight away.
I suppose that does count as proper exercise.
It does. We're going to take that. Try it tomorrow morning, Stephen.
I like the idea of
Well, I might do.
of making 10 positive things, because I think that would get you thinking differently.
And when you write it down, that's the thing to do, because when it's just in your mind, you're just like, oh. But when you're actually physically writing it down, you look and you go, well, yeah, I am really grateful for that. And it brings you more, you see. Gratitude brings more things to be grateful for.
Positive thinking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, there's a lot to be said for it. Look, Hayley, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah,
My
thank you.
pleasure.
Gives us something to work on tomorrow morning, Anne.
We'll work on those 10 things to be grateful for.
I'm going to give you a call at 2:30 tomorrow morning. When
Yeah,
you're
I'll love
getting up,
that.
And just say,
I'll be really grateful.
We'll get on a WhatsApp call and we'll have a little dance about first thing.
Oh, look what you've done! Look what you've done!
Yes, I want to see results.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Done. Now, as the economy recovers from the pandemic, energy costs are rising across the country, as we all know. Many are wondering what the government can do, both in the short term and the long term. Well, our reporter, Doogie Beattie, has got more on all this. I mean, there's a lot of concern, Doogie, isn't there, about really what we're going to face coming up?
There is indeed, and I'm here in Portaferry in County Down, Northern Ireland, and that'll become apparent why I'm here very shortly. But, you know, as we lift out of a pandemic, it actually shows a good part of our economy that we need more energy. The problem with that, of course, is where we get it from. Now, I spoke to the energy correspondent, Jamie Delargy, who told me what is going on inside the world markets, but also how we may be able to shelter ourselves from those costs in the UK.
Most worrying development, I suppose, is in terms of gas. The cost of oil, of course, has gone up, but gas has risen by an incredible amount. And we are, to some extent, in the UK, lucky that we have our own sources of gas. We also get gas from Norway, and we get gas from other sources. But Europe as a whole depends to a great extent on Russia. Now, Russia is fulfilling its contractual obligations in terms of supplying Europe with gas, but it apparently is not providing necessarily more than that. And with the growing economy, the price of gas has gone sky high. Now, what would relieve that might be acceding to the wishes of Russia, which would be for long-term contracts. And I think that probably Europe will have to consider establishing these long-term contracts with Russia for the supply of gas, which would fix the price, maybe at a rising level, but necessarily would fix the price and perhaps stop the cost of natural gas going into the stratosphere.
Hello. Well, Jimmy there talks about the rising prices of gas, but of course electricity and power can be made by another lot of ways. And behind me here is about half-a-mile stretch to Strangford or Strong Fjord, and this is where the Irish Sea empties in to this half-mile stretch before it ends up in Strangford Lough at the other side. Now, the tidal run here is huge. It's very, very strong, and there is turbines here, experimental ones at the moment, but they're roughly creating power for about 1,500 homes. And now with hydrogen, we now know how to harness that power. And I spoke to Jamie again, and he told me how we may take an uptake on this.
Luckily, in these islands, Ireland and Great Britain, we are blessed with an abundance of wind. And personally, what I would do, and it's not my idea, but I would construct wind farms, more wind farms onshore, but very many wind farms offshore, because wind farms offshore can benefit from what's called a higher capacity factor, which means on a like-for-like basis, they will deliver more electricity than an onshore wind farms. And then use that, the extra supplies, to split water into hydrogen and oxygen, store the hydrogen as a supply to use, because we really should regard natural gas as a transition fuel. There is a huge resource out there in trapping the power of the tides. The advantage of that is, of course, is that the tides are entirely, unlike the wind, are entirely predictable. That technology, I think, our development of that technology should really be accelerated to a great extent, and we could then be even more protected when we have those periods, perhaps when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. It's there. The technology, the ideas are there. More work has to be done on tidal power, but we really are not in a situation where we have no options. We've lots of options. We just need the political will to drive them through.
The political will, we hear an awful lot of that in Great Britain and especially in Northern Ireland. I'll just give you a little bit of how powerful the tides are here. Every year there's a boat race here where the men row from Strangford right the way up to Killylea at the top of the loch, and I tried to film them a couple of years ago, and the locals actually started from this side, and as they came out of the start, we were in a speedboat and had a job trying to catch them. There's also a lot of Brent geese come into this area. It is a real mecca for wildlife, and last year I was actually filming orca whales that had come into Strangford Loch through this gap behind me here. And I mean, it is an absolutely beautiful place, and the turbines here don't seem to be doing any real problems to the wildlife.
OK. Doogie, thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, it does raise a lot of questions as to what the options are moving forward, because with all the wind turbines, there has been these sort of complaints about the wind dropping and being a bad year for wind, if you like.
Yeah.
So we've got to look at the alternatives.
We've got to look at especially given the fact that all our energy costs are going to go up. By next winter, apparently, every household's going to be hit by something like a £200 rise. So you've got to find. What do you think of wind farms like that? When you see offshore wind farms, I don't want to say cruising again, but when I was on a cruise last year, and you go around the coastline, that's when you start to see these amazing turbine farms.
I've got to say, I don't mind them. And there are, I mean, the offshore ones, and there's where I live in the lakes. There's plenty of sort of wind farms there. Or turbines there, and it doesn't bother me. I don't mind it.
Well.
But a lot of people absolutely hate them.
No.
So
depends whether you can see them from where you live, I suppose.
I think they're quite beautiful in their own right.
They're weird, the way they just sort of pop up out of the sea.
Again,
something's got to happen.
Let us know what you think. At GBViews, at gbnews.uk for your thoughts on all of that. Coming up, we've got the sport for you with Rhiannon. But first, let's have a look at the weather.
It's time to remind ourselves there's always another winter. Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello, mixed fortunes of weather across the UK through this weekend. Some heavy rain and some strong winds on Saturday. A little bit less cold than it has been recently, but sunshine and showers returning by the time we get through to Sunday. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why. There's large area of low pressure is bringing frontal systems eastwards across the UK. So some heavy rain, like I said, and also some strong winds shown by the tightly packed isobars on the chart. So it's a wet start to the day across the UK on this Saturday morning. Some really quite heavy rain around, particularly towards South Wales, South West England. Still the chances of snow across higher ground of Scotland for a time, and some strong winds to accompany that rain as well, particularly towards the southwest and across the English Channel. Now, once that rain clears through, it will turn brighter from the west with some sunny spells, but a rash of showers spreading in from the Atlantic, and again those showers could be heavy and possibly wintry, particularly over higher ground. Still staying windy, particularly towards the southwest with the risk of gales, but for many places a slightly milder day than it has been recently. Now, through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, we say goodbye to that rain across the far southeast, and behind it, a mixture really of clear spells and some showers. Again, those showers could be heavy, possibly wintry, particularly towards the north and the west. But as I said, between those showers, some clearer spells for a time, and under those clear spells, it will turn rather cold. These are temperatures in towns and cities, but I think in more rural spots, a little bit colder than that. So again, the risk of some frost and a few icy patches to start Sunday morning. But as we do start Sunday morning, though, a brighter start to the day, I think, compared to this morning. Some sunshine first thing, but already from the word go, some showers towards the north and the west. Again, those can be quite heavy and possibly wintry, and those will slowly push their way eastwards through the day. A chance of a more persistent spell of rain and snow into the afternoon as well. But as I said, a brighter day for many places, more in the way of sunshine. Temperatures not quite as high as they will be on Saturday, though. I think around where they should be really for the time of the year. Quick look ahead then to the early part of next week. A lot of dry weather to come across the south at first, but a lot of cloud around across the UK. Still some patchy rain towards the north and the west, but I think gradually through the week, many places would turn drier and brighter, with temperatures around average for the time of the year.
Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello there, I'm Eamon.
And I'm Isabel.
And you're watching the GB News digital stream across the United Kingdom.
And around the world.
If you're here in the UK, you can also watch us on your TV screen. GB News is Freeview Channel 236.
On Sky, we're Channel 515.
626 on Virgin Media.
Just remember, you might need to retune your TV to watch the channel.
Yeah, and if you are doing that, find out more about retuning by going to gbnews.uk.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
It's 26 minutes past 7 and you're watching and listening to your New Look breakfast show here on GB News with Stephen and me, Anne.
Yes, don't forget that if you are watching us on TV, that we are available on DAB radio. If you want to pop out, that's quite all right. Keep on listening. If you're listening on the radio at the minute and you wonder what we look like, then you can watch us on TV. Freeview 236, Sky 515, Virgin 626. And Anne's looking resplendent in pink this morning.
I'm trying to be my very own sunrise this morning. And that's what I want to ask you. If you're about to go out and see the sun rise, then take a picture for us. It would be lovely to see what it's like in your part of the world at the moment. Send those pictures into gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Yes, and lots of you have been getting in touch this morning. It's great to hear from you. I've got to give a special mention to Mariella Stewart. Good morning, Mariella.
Well, because she thinks you are the most charming presenter.
I'm the most charming presenter. She says I will now permanently watch GB News.
That's really nice.
It is nice, thank you.
Yeah,
it's nice when people are nice.
How about this being Sunshine Saturday? This is when we all traditionally think of our holidays and book them. Kevin says, I've just booked a 2-week beach and sightseeing holiday in Thailand in April. The insurance required minimum $50,000 US COVID hospitalisation cover. So you still have to take out that insurance and make sure you're COVID covered, I guess is the answer there.
Yeah, lots of you getting in touch about pets and insurance and things. Mervyn says, over the years I've paid £4,000 in pet insurance. When my pet turned 9, they said he was too old to insure, so now I won't bother insuring my pets.
I didn't know they could say that. If you've always insured your cat,
I don't know.
Suddenly they're too old.
Don't know.
That's just when you need veterinary help, isn't it?
Exactly, might be the point.
Good morning, says Andrew Cartledge in Doncaster. Good morning, I really like the new show. I run a boarding kennels and cattery, and we have insurance to cover vet fees for all our pets. However, it does not cover any pre-existing conditions. They never do they? I believe all boarding establishments must have insurance cover as part of the licensing conditions from the local council. Can be very expensive being a dog owner or a cat owner nowadays, can't it?
It can be. Just to wrap up with one from Stephen Green, who says the last renewal quotation from the insurance company was £145 a month.
Woo!
Ooh, that's a lot of money. So now I've opened an account for my dog Molly and saved £100 a month.
That's probably the sensible thing to do, well, according to various financial experts.
Yeah, well, it saves yourself 45 quid a month, and you're probably going to have enough money in the pot to pay for whatever may go wrong. Well, let's hope Molly's all right.
And that's the point, isn't it? At some point, you have to take that decision. I mean, one of our viewers said, for heaven's sake, it's an animal. You're all nuts for paying health insurance. A minimal policy should be adequate and not cost a small fortune. But when do you actually make that decision to look at your dog in the face or cat and say, you're just an animal, I'm not going to spend the money on your health care?
I know, it's a tough one. Let us know what you think. Keep those thoughts coming through. It is the weekend, Anne.
Yes.
That means there's plenty of sport taking place. Where do we start? The Ashes, the FA Cup?
Djokovic.
Ooh, do you think? Let's find out, Rhiannon.
A very good morning to you. Can I just start with pet insurance? I'm sitting here riddled with guilt because I don't have pet insurance on my cat.
No, well, I don't.
Better go home and sort that out because I feel like a terrible cat mum right now. Let's start with the Ashes, shall we? Because I'd quite like to rush through this one. I find it really... Cricket's really tough, isn't it? Because even though the Ashes for England is essentially over, we've got the agony of sitting through 2 dead rubber tests, which is essentially where we're at the moment. That said, day 3 yesterday, that was quite interesting. That wasn't bad for England. Stuart Broad, Johnny Bairstow, gutsy 100. He was bowled out for 113. Today, business as usual, not looking so good. We're chasing 388. Should we park that?
Yeah.
And move on?
Let's.
Yes, when it's bad news like that, you just have to sort of be diplomatic.
It's not essentially bad news, but like I say, you know, it's basically 2 dead rubber tests. So we're going to move on swiftly. And you wanted to talk about Novak Djokovic.
Well, it's just fascinating, isn't it?
It is fascinating. And I was on the news yesterday, and it's one of those stories that just keeps on evolving. Another player, Renata Vorakova, not one of the better-known tennis players.
But she's had her exemption rescinded.
Yes. So she, like Novak Djokovic, is also in the immigration detention hotel, and she has been asked to leave the country. She also had a visa, and that visa was cancelled. Novak Djokovic, of course, is in court on Monday to fight his case against the Australian government.
I presume he won't personally be in court.
No, his legal team will be in court.
He'll be in the hotel.
In the hotel, exactly. And I don't know, Stephen, do you have sympathy for Novak Djokovic?
No.
He's been very outspoken, hasn't he, about
I have no sympathy.
anti-vax.
I have no sympathy whatsoever because whatever his personal views, unless he can provide all the right documentation, Australia has been so tight on this.
It has.
So you've got to follow the rules, haven't you?
And from a personal point of view, my cousin, her entire family, apart from myself and my family, are in Australia, and she's been fighting for 2 years as the last remaining member of that family to get to Australia. She's double vaccinated and she still can't get in. While these sports, they all have these exceptions.
Elite sportsmen. Who knew that you, just by saying I'm an elite sports person, you get some sort of exemption preference?
Absolutely. So on one level, I do have sympathy for Novak because I think there's an element of him being a bit of a political pawn in this whole story because, of course, there are elections coming up in Australia in May and arguably he could be being made an example of. And also, you know, there's a lot of talk about how uncomfortable these hotels are, but just because he's an elite sportsman, why should he not be in exactly the same...
He knew the facts, though. He knew the facts. If there was a problem with his visa or with being able to get into the country, he knew that's what he'd have to do.
Although he was granted the exemption, so by 2 panels. One was Tennis Australia, and the other was the Victoria State.
So who's at fault here?
So
him or the immigration officials?
Good question. Like I say, I don't know how much of it is a political... You know, he's being used as a political pawn, whether there's just been confusion, whether it's Australia Border Force have been told one thing. They're saying, the Australia Border Force is saying that he failed to provide the appropriate
And is that
evidence.
what they're saying about the second, the girl tennis player?
That's a good question, Anne. I actually don't know. I haven't read that much
If
into it.
that's true, then 2 elite tennis players have filled in the wrong forms wrongly or something, which is a bit weird.
Or they're just not providing enough evidence. I know that the arguments for both is that they both recently had COVID, which was part of their supposed exemption.
So Novak's had COVID.
Yes, I think the argument was that he'd recently had COVID, hence why he didn't have.
See, of course, it's incredibly important to him. He's going to fight it, isn't he? They say he's not being held captive. He can leave whenever he wants. He doesn't want to leave. He wants to stay.
He wants to fight for that 10th Australian Open title.
It becomes the absolute record breaker, doesn't it?
He does. 21 Grand Slam titles.
I'm just a great believer in when there are rules, and of course we don't all agree with rules that are set, but there should be one rule for all. And there shouldn't be this elite group that sort of get away with just doing whatever they want because they happen to be very good at sport or have a lot of money.
Which is what the Australian government is saying and arguing.
And the Australian ordinary, whenever you see people being asked in the street what they feel about it, most of them are very condemning of him because
they're angry, aren't they?
They've had an awful couple of years. They've had much worse restrictions and lockdowns than anywhere else in the world. And for them to have to go through this and then just see these tennis players swan in.
Exactly. And 90% are fully vaccinated, and yet still they have all of these restrictions. So you can understand. You can understand to a certain level both.
I tell you what, if he does get to play, he won't be a very popular.
It's not going to be a great reception, is it?
No.
No. Apart from maybe the Serbian fans.
Mind you, his wife started this big campaign, hasn't she?
And his family.
And his parents.
Over in Serbia, yeah.
They say he's being held captive. But he isn't.
Which he's not.
No. I wouldn't mind being held captive in Australia.
No, not in that hotel, though. It doesn't look very exciting. There are better places, surely.
Any hotel at the minute, it'll be fine by me. OK, Rhiannon, thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll catch up with you a little bit later on.
And coming up after the break, we'll be going through the front pages of your Saturday papers. So stay with us to know what's made the headlines this weekend.
Hello there, I'm Eamon.
And I'm Isabel.
And you're watching the GB News digital stream across the United Kingdom.
And around the world. If
you're here in the UK, you can also watch us on your TV screen. GB News is Freeview channel 236.
On Sky, we're channel 515.
626 on Virgin Media.
Just remember, you might need to retune your TV to watch the channel.
Yeah, and if you are doing that, find out more about retuning by going to gbnews.uk.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
Hello again, Stephen and Anne with you on this lovely Sunshine Saturday. It's 7:37. Now, this Sunshine Saturday thing is usually...
nice.
It does, except if you look out the window, well, the sun isn't even up yet, but Sunshine Saturday is apparently traditionally the busiest day of the year for Brits booking holidays. It happens on the first Saturday in January when people are just desperate to return to work now, to actually go on holiday.
Yeah, well, things have got a little bit better with all these confusing rules. The government has scrapped PCR testing and self-isolation. But what effect will the pandemic and Omicron have on people's 2022 travel plans? Well, our North West of England reporter Bradley Harris is live for us at Manchester Airport this morning. Hopefully you're not going to get on a plane mid-programme, Bradley, but where are people hoping to get off to? Are they still anxious to get out of the country?
Yeah, well, look, I've changed my camera position a little bit to show you. I mean, typical now, as I start talking, there is nobody behind me. But let me tell you, hopefully in a few more minutes, you'll see people trundling their suitcases along into the departure lounge. And once they get in there, that's it. There's no coming back. And let me tell you, there are a lot of people here at Manchester Airport who don't want to come back. They are going abroad, some people, for the first time in over 2 years. People are really excited to get out and get abroad, and certainly Sunshine Saturday today, the busiest day, as you say, for booking holidays compared to any other day of the year, is today. People are doing that, and some of the popular destinations are like places in Spain, for instance. So that's places like Tenerife, Alicante, Malaga. Those types of places are really popular, and EasyJet say that bookings to those places have actually shot up in the recent week by 427%. Huge numbers there of people booking holidays there. And if you're thinking about going there, by the way, I had a quick look on Alicante from Manchester Airport tomorrow, 7 days. Check this out, 29 quid. Couldn't believe it. I might even book it myself. I am off to Iceland, as I said a little bit earlier. Yeah, 29 quid. I know, get yourself on there. Manchester Airport, 29 quid with Ryanair from Manchester Airport tomorrow for 7 days. So if you're looking for a bit of sun, you best be quick.
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
I mean, that really is good value. How warm would it be there at the moment? Not very.
It'll be all right.
It'd be nice. It'd be a break, wouldn't it? Gosh.
It'd be very nice. I mean, in terms of people's travel plans, Bradley, I mean, do you think people are still concerned about getting on a plane, or is that past now?
Certainly, yeah, you're absolutely right. There are some people who are, and quite rightly, still concerned about things like the Omicron variant and COVID in general getting in the way of travel plans. We know that certain travel rules have changed from the government. For instance, testing pre-departure has now been scrapped, and also testing when you come back, that's now a PCR test until Sunday. That changes to a lateral flow test for people who are vaccinated. Those who are unvaccinated, the rules are different. You will need to do a pre-departure test plus a PCR test on day 2 and day 8 after you've arrived in England, and then self-isolate. So just check the rules before you travel. Certainly many people are still a little bit nervous about flying. I checked on social media a little bit earlier. Some people are telling me that actually they still wouldn't even get on a plane, worries about sitting there in a packed plane going abroad. But as you can see around me, people now starting to come in, going on their flights, going abroad, people with big suitcases. Just to my right, in fact, people are checking into the USA. There's actually a queue starting to form now, working its way around Terminal 2. So, yep, still a little bit of worry. Of course, we've got to bear in mind that there is still a pandemic and that Omicron variant that might be getting in the way of some travel plans. But on Sunshine Saturday, bookings are soaring. EasyJet has seen a 200% increase in flight bookings compared this week compared to last week. Certainly airlines are seeing an increase in people booking holidays to get away. Some members of staff here have said that actually they're booking for later on, so they're booking now for months like in September. One person said that actually they're going to be booking with TUI. They're just going to say, book us on any package to anywhere. We'll go anywhere. People are that desperate to get away. So later on, we'll chat to Richard Slater as well, the travel agent, to find out what bargains there are, and also if people are still going to the traditional travel agent to book those holidays too.
Okay, lovely. Bradley, thank you. I could do with getting away. I've got a frog in my throat now. It's any excuse.
I tell you what, presumably everybody there in the airport was still wearing masks, and I presume the airlines are still demanding that you wear masks for the flight.
Yeah.
And if you're going on a long-haul flight, it's a long time to be sitting behind a mask, isn't it?
It is. It's a bit unpleasant, but it's a price worth paying.
Oh, it is a price worth paying. It is the price worth travelling at the moment. If you want to travel, that's what you have to do.
I definitely need to get away.
Have a cup of coffee. This one's a bit cold.
It's cold. My coffee's gone cold. I'll get a... Ooh.
I would offer you some juice, but it's a very dodgy colour.
I think that juice has been there since Monday.
Yeah. I think it's prop juice.
We're told
well, we're being told it's fresh, but look at it. I don't know if you look at the colour. It's a very dodgy colour. Is it?
Oh, it's peach juice.
Oh, it's peach juice. No, it's brown.
It's brown. It doesn't appeal to me. That.
All right. You're right now.
There you go.
Okay.
Yes, I've miraculously recovered. Let's have a look at the newspapers for you. And a fourth jab will not be necessary. That's according to the front of the Telegraph. Experts have found strong levels of immunisation remain after more than 3 months. So that's so 3 months after you've had that booster, you should still be OK. So that's really positive news.
Yeah, but for how long? If you're thinking of holiday. The Daily Mail says it has interviewed an alleged sex slave of Jeffrey Epstein, who says Virginia Giuffre told her that she had indeed slept with the Duke of York in London. Prince Andrew, of course, I have to say, has consistently denied those allegations.
There's an exodus in the NHS, according to the Eye Weekend. According to the paper, medics are leaving en masse after 2 grim years as staff struggle to maintain that work-life balance amid unrelenting pressure. OK, let's go through the papers in a bit more detail for you with Dawn Neeson, former editor at the Daily Star, and Peter Whittle, director of the New Culture Forum. Good to see you both once again. Dawn, let's have a look at the Mail, should we, looking at this petition to stop Tony Blair getting a knighthood, but also the issue of furlough money has come to the fore as well.
Quite incredible. This is obviously the Daily Mail are no big fan of Tony Blair, as you'll guess from today's paper. They have got him on page 1 with millionaire Blair's got £76,000 from the furlough handouts. Now, this is Sherry's law firm. I mean, nothing was wrong. This is exactly legally what she was entitled to do. But you do have to ask, when somebody is a multi-millionaire and they have made an awful lot of money, haven't they, the Blairs between them, why they need taxpayer-funded handouts.
They're not the only ones, though.
They're not the only ones. Absolutely, of course they're not.
A lot of mega millionaires chose to take furlough money.
A lot of celebrities as well were taking handouts.
Didn't the Beckhams do it? The Victoria Beckham?
Beckhams were involved, their fashion company, etc. But Stephen, as you pointed out, the protest against Sir Tony, because he's already got the knighthood, it's just got the sword on the shoulder bit. Over 1 million now protesting against Sir Tony, and I think this is unprecedented. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this reaction.
Is that just people jumping on the bandwagon, though? I mean, does it really matter?
Have we ever had such a divisive Prime Minister? I mean, obviously Margaret Thatcher. No, Margaret Thatcher, obviously. But, I mean, Tony Blair, this really, really has divided opinion enormously. And there's, a lot of things that Tony Blair did achieve. I mean, the Northern Ireland Peace Protocol and sort of like the whole gay marriage relationship thing. I mean, there were a lot of things he did good, but an awful lot of things. I mean, the Iraq War, which is what people keep
that will forever blight his premiership.
It will. I mean, there is no getting away from it, Anne. I mean, and sort of Desmond Tutu actually said he was guilty of war crimes.
But, there were...
So...
Yeah, I don't know. I just wonder that before the days of social media, whether this sort of campaign would have happened, or if he'd got his knighthood straight away after standing down, would there have been such a fuss?
Yeah, and you've put your finger on it there, because as an ex-Prime Minister, he should get this kind of honour, right, as a kind of matter of course. But it's been 15 years, I think. 14 years. I think in royal and diplomatic and political language counts as a snub, that he's had to wait this long. The thing is, the only problem is I sort of agree with Dawn, but I just think once you start sort of doing these things on public opinion, then the whole thing will fall down.
Let's be honest here, it won't be taken away from him. I mean, the only way out of it was for him to refuse it. And I think, Anne, as you said earlier, there's no way Tony Blair's ever going to do that, because his personality is not going to do that. And let's face it, you need that sort of personality to be a Prime Minister in the first place. You don't want a shrinking violet, do you? So he's never going to hand it back. So it's all a bit pointless, but people are at least being given an opportunity to vent their feelings on this. And there's an awful lot of strong feeling out there.
What's interesting, actually, is that given that it might seem like a small thing, that people feel strongly enough about the whole thing of a knighthood. I mean, in this day and age, this means an awful lot to people symbolically, that they would actually go, for example, and join a petition.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. Look, moving on to the Times, Peter, are we British enough?
Well, I thought GB News. I mean, could we possibly have a more germane story than this? This was from the government. This is actually, the story is about the boss of Channel 5 here, but it's basically that a fellow called Ben Frau. He sort of has taken issue with what the government said, which was that they said they would like to see more Britishness on television generally. And, he's saying, and I just quote quickly, I don't really know what the government meant. His job is to look at the schedule and do what people provide what viewers want. But I just wanted, it'd be interesting for us to discuss, what do you think they meant by saying we need more Britishness on television? I took it to mean that basically we want more things that celebrate Britain. But then you could say, actually, no, what he's talking about is the kind of qualities in our drama and programmes. What would you say Britishness on television is?
Well, first of all, I suppose if you're the head of a television network, it may come down to simply how many programmes you buy in from the US or something. I mean, are you putting out enough self-made content? I think Channel 5 does do an awful lot
Channel
of
5
content.
does, absolutely.
Yes,
I agree.
yes.
You've got to look at the viewing figures, though, don't you? And a lot of people like this sort. I mean, I've got to say, I'm a fan of the US dramas.
That's the point. I mean, I would say that in the in the past we were kind of well known for our drama always ending up on Masterpiece Theatre in America and all of that. I think those days are gone. You know, when you look at the kind of stuff that they do on the streaming services now in drama, I mean, it knocks us, right off the pitch.
There's a campaign launch this week, isn't there, to get the national anthem back on the BBC.
Perfect. There is
Wow.
this petition, right, that the BBC should put the national anthem back on a daily basis, which, of course, is not going to happen with the BBC. GB News is really missing a trick, isn't it? I mean, you should have the national anthem every day.
Yeah, but people don't like the national anthem very much, do they?
I don't know, but that was...
They want something else. They want to change it, don't they?
The national anthem, it was a close down, wasn't it? Well, of course, no one closes down.
What about the start of the day? Say, what about just before you guys come on? That would be great.
Fly the flag.
Yeah,
I'd like it.
I sort of don't know about that.
We'd have to do the flag of the Scottish anthem as well, wouldn't you?
Yes,
the flag
you'd do all of them.
Yes.
It would take forever.
Yes,
We'd never
it would,
get
wouldn't
time
it?
to
Yeah,
talk.
but you could stand and salute, Stephen, be very upright.
We always have to watch the Queen's speech and all that.
Oh, you do like a Queen's speech, don't you?
We do. It's got to be done. It's got to be done.
But then you ask an interesting question about simply what is Britishness, and I doubt you could ever get consensus.
How long have we
opinion on
got?
that.
I mean, we could take a week on that one, couldn't we?
It's sort of, I think it's one of those things where, people used to say about a sausage, I can't define it, but I know it when I see it.
Yes, it is a bit like that.
It's sort of something like that. But it's very interesting that these questions are even being asked. I suspect that they actually meant the government, we should have more things that celebrate Britain. I have to say I'm fully on board with that.
I did a programme for Channel 5 where I was going all around the canals.
Oh, I remember that.
That celebrated Britain. It took us weeks to do it. It was wonderful.
You enjoy that?
Yeah, that's right. One with Ainsley, that's right. Yeah. One with Jenny Bond.
You know
the
what I
royal
don't want on
correspondent.
British programmes? Is there any more trigger warnings? You may find this programme offensive because it contains, something that somebody will be offended about somewhere.
OK. Well, look, we're going to leave it there for the time being.
Was that offensive?
Maybe very offensive.
Well, I was going to say, if you've got an idea what Britishness is, obviously GB News views at gbnews.uk. But I dread to think what you might come up with.
Yeah. It evolves. Britishness evolves. That's what I say. We'll catch up with you two a little bit later on. Thank you very much indeed. Now, care home workers who test positive but have no symptoms should be allowed to carry on working. That's according to one care home boss.
He's Tony Stein, who runs about 60 care home services across England. And he says they're so struggling with staff self-isolating, it puts an enormous pressure on residents and other employees.
Well, it comes as more than 20 hospital trusts have declared critical incidents as a result of staff shortages. Our West Midlands reporter Balvinder Sidhu has been to meet Tony Stein and sent this report.
Today, I'm at the headquarters of a care home management company which employs around 2,300 workers and has 60 sites across England. Now, around 178 of those workers are self-isolating. Joining me is the CEO, Tony Stein, who says that this is causing huge disruption for the business. Tony, thank you so much for joining me. Can you just tell me, what impact are the self-isolation rules having, first of all, on your business?
OK, well, there are a number of impacts. Firstly, on our residents, because every day we have to risk assess the staffing shortage issues. We have to determine whether or not we can safely admit any further residents to our services. We have to determine whether or not we can offer the same level of service to the residents that are in the homes. And of course, by having staff absent, isolating, we are then worried about the pressure we're putting onto an already tired and exhausted workforce that have been working very hard for the last 2 years to manage coronavirus. The existing staff that we have in the homes are having to work extra shifts, are having to cover different roles, and the managers of those services are having to spend an inordinate amount of time making sure that we've properly staffed and we're safely staffing those services. So, you know, it has a drain on management, but it also has a real impact on the remaining staff in the services.
So what's the solution? Because I think you've said that you think they should be allowed to go to work if they're asymptomatic and they test positive. Isn't that a controversial statement to make when we're trying to protect the NHS and reduce the spread of the virus?
In our services, all of our staff by law are mandated now to be vaccinated. So since November, every single member of staff has had two vaccines. We've got a very large number of them that have been boosted, and that's growing by the day. All of our residents are vaccinated and boosted. And of course, a care home is a very different environment to the general public spaces that you see. All the staff are well trained in infection control, and we can wear PPE, and we're very used to managing infection. So, you know, the risks are very, very, very low. But my worry is that if during this mild spread of Omicron, we don't change the way that we behave, then when a potentially more aggressive variant comes out, we'll be back to lockdown, and we won't have taken advantage of the opportunities for our residents to be visited by their loved ones and for our staff to get a little bit of respite. The reality is, though, that it's still a very transmissible disease, and people still need to be vaccinated and boosted. I can't emphasise that enough. But I make the point that in our situation in care homes, all of the staff and all of the people we support are vaccinated and boosted. But we should also be treating the situation within care homes slightly differently. And by that, I mean shortening the isolation period or even getting rid of it altogether.
I've got to tell you that Anne's hit the peach juice.
Yeah, actually, it tastes quite good, even though the colour is very dodgy.
Awful. But
it does taste
You've been very brave. Coming up, we'll be having a look at why we apparently don't need a fourth jab, a second booster jab, just yet. We'll tell you more in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
It's time to remind ourselves there's always another winter. Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello, mixed fortunes of weather across the UK through this weekend. Some heavy rain and some strong winds on Saturday. A little bit less cold than it has been recently, but sunshine and showers returning by the time we get through to Sunday. If we look at the pressure pattern, then you can see the reason why. There's large area of low pressure is bringing frontal systems eastwards across the UK. So some heavy rain, like I said, and also some strong winds shown by the tightly packed isobars on the chart. So it's a wet start to the day across the UK on this Saturday morning. Some really quite heavy rain around, particularly towards South Wales, South West England. Still the chances of snow across higher ground of Scotland for a time, and some strong winds to accompany that rain as well, particularly towards the southwest and across the English Channel. Now, once that rain clears through, it will turn brighter from the west with some sunny spells, but a rash of showers spreading in from the Atlantic, and again those showers could be heavy and possibly wintry, particularly over higher ground. Still staying windy, particularly towards the southwest with the risk of gales, but for many places a slightly milder day than it has been recently. Now, through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, we say goodbye to that rain across the far southeast, and behind it, a mixture really of clear spells and some showers. Again, those showers could be heavy, possibly wintry, particularly towards the north and the west. But as I said, between those showers, some clearer spells for a time, and under those clear spells, it will turn rather cold. These are temperatures in towns and cities, but I think in more rural spots, a little bit colder than that. So again, the risk of some frost and a few icy patches to start Sunday morning. But as we do start Sunday morning, though, a brighter start to the day, I think, compared to this morning. Some sunshine first thing, but already from the word go, some showers towards the north and the west. Again, those could be quite heavy and possibly wintry, and those will slowly push their way eastwards through the day. A chance of a more persistent spell of rain and snow into the afternoon as well. But as I said, a brighter day for many places, more in the way of sunshine. Temperatures not quite as high as they will be on Saturday, though. I think around where they should be really for the time of the year. Quick look ahead then to the early part of next week. A lot of dry weather to come across the south at first, but a lot of cloud around across the UK. Still some patchy rain towards the north and the west, but I think gradually through the week, many places would turn drier and brighter, with temperatures around average for the time of the year.
Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello there, I'm Eamon.
And I'm Isabel.
And you're watching the GB News digital stream across the United Kingdom.
And around the world.
If you're here in the UK, you can also watch us on your TV screen. GB News is Freeview Channel 236.
On Sky, we're Channel 515.
626 on Virgin Media.
Just remember, you might need to retune your TV to watch the channel.
Yeah, and if you are doing that, find out more about retuning by going to gbnews.uk.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilized conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock on Saturday the 8th of January. It's your New Look breakfast show with me, Anne Diamond.
And me, Stephen Dixon. We're on your TV, your phone and now your radio as well. You can find us on DAB+, so when you've got to head out this morning, you can take us with you. Here's what we've got for you this morning.
A fourth booster, or at least a second booster but a fourth jab, is not needed, according to the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation. New data shows that the one boost continues to provide high levels of protection against severe disease.
And the big summer getaway with no lockdowns in sight at the moment and the scrapping of PCR tests on your return, Brits are already snapping up summer holiday deals. Well, this is the show where we want you to be really, really involved, right at the centre of what we're doing. And if there's a conversation that you've heard over the past few days that's just pricked your interest, then get in touch and we'll have a look at what you're talking about and read a few of them out later on this morning. GBviews at gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at GBnews.
So, as the pandemic continues, we're all asking how many COVID jabs will we need, will we get? Well, data from the UK Health Security Agency suggests a fourth jab is not yet needed, as a booster dose provides protection for at least 3 months and protects against hospitalisation, particularly in the over 65s.
Well, it comes a day after troops were deployed to London hospitals to support NHS staff absences, which have trebled since Omicron and has now risen to 59%. Well, let's talk to NHS Dr. Catherine Millington-Sanders. Good to see you this morning. Catherine, look, what do we know? What evidence do we have about how effective the booster is post 3 months?
Good morning, and thank you for talking this morning. So let's look at the facts first, because I think this is really an important point that's come out. So there is no immediate need to have the fourth booster vaccination, and that will, I'm sure, continue to be under review. The facts continue to be that if you're not vaccinated, severe disease and ITU admissions and death are much more likely. So let's clarify the first important thing is it is crucial that you have your first and second doses if you actually haven't had those, and have your third or booster vaccination dose in the first place. Some of the other facts that are coming through, and you've touched on staff absences, and it's really important that we are as fully vaccinated as a population as possible, because we've had increasing numbers of cases with this highly virulent Omicron. So we've had over 178,000 new cases, 229 deaths, and over 149, that was yesterday, and 149,000 deaths in total. We've got 1.3 million people who are suffering from long COVID, and we've had staff absences in the NHS that have gone up over 60% in a week just due to COVID. So although there are variation, obviously we've heard that the army is being drafted into London. We've got 24 hospitals that are declared critical incidents. So that signals that there are fears that priority services can't actually be delivered safely. So for example, that will be hospitals. Some hospitals are cancelling some routine operation lists. This has a really big impact. I'm a GP. If routine operations are cancelled, for example, if you've got a hip operation or a knee operation coming up, if they're cancelled, you get continued pay and you're continuing to come in to see your GP, or pharmacies. You've got ambulances that are having to queue outside. So we know that there are backlogs. And this means that lots of people are trying to get into the hospitals, but also people are trying to leave it. At the same time, if there aren't care home workers we've just heard the item on care home workers where people are off sick or potentially having to isolate, and the very important domiciliary carers that are trying to look after people in our community. I, for one, spent a long time over Christmas trying to help organise our teams, just find care workers that could look after some very terminally ill and very sick people in our communities, and that's because they're off sick or they're isolating. Staff are really deeply traumatised, I think, in having to have so much pressure on them, working over hours, and just there not being enough capacity in our hospitals to be able to cope with it, but also in our communities. I mean, we're having to cancel clinics at the last minute just because people are either having to self-isolate or they're off sick. And once one team member goes down, often we see that it's spreading throughout our teams, within the community and within the hospitals. I think the other important thing is that we heard from Dr. Chan Nagpal the other day from the BMA. There are really important things that the government could do quickly, and the request of we need to reduce the Omicron infection rates in our communities, and that's in order to try and protect the NHS as well as preventing people from being severely unwell. And we need better protection, we need better protection from masks.
Forgive me, Doctor, for jumping in, but talk about things the government can do quickly. I mean, how can we prevent the rise of Omicron within communities? I mean, are you looking at lockdowns, further mask use? I mean, what could we actually do?
Well, I don't envy the government having to actually make these difficult decisions of whether we need to escalate some of the restrictions. I mean, that would be for them to decide. There are simple things that we can do, so we know that the public can do their part and staff can do their part against this very infectious virus. So we can have our boosters, first and second, if you haven't had them, or have your booster vaccination if you're waiting for them. We can do our simple things of washing our hands, keeping socially distanced, wearing a mask, homework wherever possible, ventilate your rooms by opening the windows. All of these things are simple things that we can do, and we may need further restrictions. We have been talking about this for several weeks, about staff absences, trying to reduce the pressure on the NHS, trying to reduce this overwhelming wave of people becoming unwell. And we know that people that are unvaccinated are much more likely to be severely ill and end up in ITU. So having the boosters, all of these things, we can really help to reduce the pressures and try to reduce illness and staff absences.
Catherine,
the restrictions are going to be something from the government to decide.
Catherine, can I just ask, we've already had one care home chief suggesting that maybe if his care workers do test positive but are asymptomatic, they should still come into work. Is that a dangerous thought to you, or is it probably likely to happen elsewhere?
It's my personal view. I would have concern about that. We've been talking about that we know that a third of people are without symptoms, so asymptomatic. And I'm not convinced that that doesn't mean, just if you're asymptomatic, it doesn't mean that you can't necessarily transmit the virus to other people. And in care homes, you've got some of our very vulnerable population. So I would want to make sure that all care homes are completely protected and that we stop potentially other care workers and residents actually becoming sick and maybe being infected by people that are without symptoms but still are carrying the virus.
But we are reaching this point, aren't we, whether it's care homes or whether it's the NHS, of literally grinding to a halt now. I mean, bringing the army in, or 200 army medics is one thing, but it's not going to help the situation right across the country.
I think we're looking at a crisis right now. Let's not forget, Omicron is not the reason for all of these difficulties. There have been significant difficulties, shortages, reduced investment, chronic underinvestment for years into the NHS. General practice for one, but I'm sure that lots of NHS staff would argue that there's underinvestment in many areas. So we need to think about right now what we need to do immediately in order to contain and reduce infection, particularly in the community, but also to think longer term planning. So these winter pressures come about every year. Yes, they're significantly worse at the moment, but we need to be thinking about investment and further long-term planning for the future. In order to make sure that we don't hit this again next year, we need to be starting to tackle this early.
But Catherine, there are so many reports today that there is this mass exodus of staff leaving the NHS because they've simply had enough. They feel they can't do their job properly. It's been an incredibly grim 2 years. How are we going to stop them leaving? How are we going to recruit more and do it quickly enough to help people and deliver the service?
Well, again, it's a brilliant question. I mean, people have been working over and above the demand. It's not a surprise. We've been talking about this for months, that we know that we're hemorrhaging staff across all community and acute trusts. We've also had a workforce shortage for many, many years. We talked about nursing shortages the other day, but we've got it across health and social care. So we need to see rapid, not just investment, but commitment from the government to make sure that we have the throughput, that we do recruit all these new fabulous potential new doctors, social care workers and nurses into our fabulous NHS that has always been a fabulous NHS. And we need to see that recruitment drive and investment into that through schools and really inspiring our young people of today to show how great it can be working in the NHS. I, for one, adore my job. But I'm not surprised that so many people under so much pressure for such a long, sustained period are coming to breaking point. And this is just adding insult to injury from having staff absences and having significant pressure on our staff who are really, every day we wake up and all we want to do is go to work, do a good job and be there to serve our patients. And
you say you love your job, and I'm sure you still do, but have you felt this stress that everybody's talking about, this, you know, getting up in the morning and not looking forward to doing your job because you can't do it?
I wake up in the morning and worry about the stress and the pressure and what will be the new challenges of the day. But I continue, you know, I started wanting to do medicine when I was 5 years old, and I have always been inspired to be able to be there for patients. And I know that lots of colleagues across the country have done exactly the same. I think it's very difficult, though, and heartbreaking, actually, to know some of the challenges that you face and just being able to try and organise the care that you want to desperately deliver to do a good job for your patients if the teams aren't available and the resources aren't available. And that comes from the chronic underinvestment as well as the current pressures of COVID that we're facing.
Yeah, because when it comes to that work-life balance, we know a lot of people on the front line have voiced a lot of concern that even when we're through all of this pandemic, the pressure's still going to be there because of the huge backlog of things which is built up. I mean, there really is no end in sight.
Well, we've already experienced some of that. I mean, people thought in the first and second waves that, it was a wonderful feeling, and to see the numbers start to come down and to have the protection from the booster programs and the vaccination programs. But it was just a different type of pressure, as you said, knowing that we've got backlogs of patients and a way of needing to respond to that for people to have the treatment that they need and deserve. Nothing to do with COVID. We've got cancer patients that need all of their important cancer treatment and a whole range of other diseases that we need to make sure the management is there for. And so these current pressures of not having enough staff and not being able to do the clinics and the job that we want to be able to do for all of our patients is really difficult. And I think it puts a lot of stress on people that just want to do the best possible job for their patients.
It was great to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed for giving us your insight. That's Dr. Catherine Millington-Sanders, who's an NHS GP, as she said there, and educationist. It's interesting because somebody rang in a while ago and said, where is it?
Oh,
Nigel said, I joined the RAF at 16 years of age. I was trained on the job after a very short training course. I am sure this idea could be applied to our wonderful NHS nurses. Forget all the hundreds of managers and recruit, recruit, recruit.
There's a lot to be said for that. There's a lot to be said, because a lot of these army medics they're bringing in don't have necessarily
No,
have
but they're doing a vital job.
training,
They're
but
doing
they
a
are doing a vital
specific job. Yeah.
Absolutely. Keep your thoughts coming through. GBviews at gbnews.uk. It is 8:13. Let's bring you up to date with the headlines. And as we've just been hearing, there are calls this morning to prioritise booster jabs to NHS workers amid a looming staffing crisis. New figures from the UK Health and Security Agency show the jabs are 90% effective in people over 65 after 3 months. The government's being urged to ditch the fourth jabs for the elderly and focus on giving NHS staff the vaccine instead.
Meanwhile, 200 service personnel have started deploying to support London hospitals hit by NHS staff shortages. New data shows that absences due to COVID have risen by 59% in a week. I'm not sure if it's risen by 59 or to 59.
Yeah, either which way, it's a lot. Thousands of flat owners will not have to pay to remove dangerous cladding from their buildings. The Housing Secretary, Michael Gove, says developers will have to cover the cost of the cladding changes for buildings that are more than 11 metres tall. That bill is thought to be about £4 billion.
The United Nations appealed for restraint amid fresh violence in Kazakhstan. Police killed dozens of anti-government protesters after the president there authorised security forces to shoot to kill. Thousands more have been arrested, including the former Prime Minister Karim Masimov, on suspicion of treason. Russian forces have been deployed to help the regime put down the uprising.
In the United States, 3 men have been given life for killing Omar Arbery. The 25-year-old's family were in the courtroom to hear the sentencing. The black man was chased and gunned down in Georgia in 2020.
And the family of trailblazing actor Sir Sidney Poitier say his death has left a giant hole in our hearts. The first black man to win a Best Actor Oscar, well, he's died, aged 94. Amongst his best-known films were In the Heat of the Night and To Sir with Love.
OK, let's have a look at some of the big business stories with our resident expert, Michael Wilson. Good to see you this morning, Michael. Can we kick off with builders and Omicron? Are they really able to sort of shrug off the effects now?
Well, there's a marginal spark of good news in all this. Yes, construction is, as you would expect, not as high as it was because of all those kind of things. There are signs, though, and the good news in this is it's not just about the building sector, but it looks like the supply chain problems, including driving stuff around and also just getting hold of things, it is actually slightly abating. So the headline about this is really builders shrugging off, the construction is shrugging off the Omicron problems. Personally, I don't think we're through that yet. I think we'll see a lot more problems, because if you're working next to somebody quite closely, as you do, if you're a builder, and especially if you're indoors, then you are going to be possibly getting a transmittable disease from the person working next to you. Maybe not. But the good news in all these figures is that it looks like supply chain problems, which have been getting in the way of everything, getting in the way of the whole economy, appear to be easing very, very slightly.
And interesting as well, that is it having an effect on the house price market? Is it good news that house prices have gone up?
I mean, now this is the thing, Anne. The thing about houses is the absolute bottom line about the housing market is, yes, it goes up, yes, it goes down, yes, you want to talk about it at your dinner table, all that kind of stuff. The fact of the matter is that we live on a tiny island, relatively, and that we cannot build houses where people actually want to live. Yes, there's plenty of room for floodplains and all the rest of it, but actually finding houses for people actually want to live. Plus, add to the pressure of that the fact that people actually want more space now. During the lockdown, I'm sure lots of families were fed up of being clustered very closely together in their urban homes, and they want to move out. They want more space for their buck, if you like, and so that's why you're seeing a large rise in the north and the northwest, and Wales continues to outperform the rest of the country. The average price of a house, I'm sorry, this is terrible news, £279,000, and it's not going down anytime in the future. Add to that interest rates quite low as they remain at the moment. Of course, they will go up, no question about that. But mortgages are affordable. It's a question of getting on that housing ladder. So the bottom line is, I never rejoice when I see these figures. I don't think it's very good news at all. It merely shows the strangulation of supply and ultimate demand from people, and thus prices go up.
Yeah, in the meantime, of course, you've got plenty of people who own their flat, they've just become unsellable at the moment because of this whole cladding issue. Michael Gove, the Housing Secretary, is throwing a bit of a lifeline, at least.
Anything up to 18 metres is going to be applicable for this. 18 metres. I was just thinking about it before I came on air. You're probably talking about 6 or 7 floors, maybe. Anything higher than that is a whole different ball game, and there is a grant to do that. His view is that leaseholders themselves should not be paying for this. It should be the government that actually pays. So what's going to happen, or developers through the government will actually pay. So what's going to happen is developers will be, in inverted commas, invited to contribute towards this in a voluntary way. If they don't, then there'll be levies. How it's all going to work, well, details of this we'll get during the week. I'd be interested to see the detail of it. But for those people who have been trapped through no fault of their own, because, people may well have bought flats. What do they know about cladding? Or rather, what did they know about cladding before Grenfell? Probably very little. Why should they know? It's down to safety organisations, of which there are plenty in this country, etc., etc. So I think it's relatively good news. How it will be applied, the detail of that to come.
OK.
Michael, before we leave you there, Michael, because just for the benefit of our radio listeners, actually, you're sitting with this vast library of books behind you, but there's a jar of Marmite on the shelf. Why have you got a jar of Marmite?
It's chili Marmite as well, isn't it?
OK. So what it is, it happens to be a favourite of mine. That particular jar was actually made with a little label on it, and it says Marmite. And the reason is it was for the Queen's Silver Jubilee. So it's got Mom. See, Mom. Hello, Mom. Yeah, you see, it's all there. And it's got my little. It's like I've got a man tin in here with all that stuff that men have, like washers and screws and all the rest of it. And in that little jar, I've got my guitar picks. You really want to know? Oh yeah, you'll have to give us a tune at some point. Maybe not today.
Michael.
Yeah, I knew it was a dangerous question to ask.
It is a dangerous question, but why would you want a jar of Marmite without Marmite in it?
Well, yeah, it's odd.
It is odd.
Do you like Marmite?
I love.
Have you got
Marmite.
a man cave?
No.
Fancy a man cave?
I've just got a man house.
Yep, the whole house is your cave.
Yeah.
Great.
No, I do love my Marmite.
Coming up, a Hollywood trailblazer and the first black man to win a Best Oscar. We'll look back over the career and legacy of Sidney Poitier. First of all, though, the weather.
It's time to remind ourselves there's always another winter. Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello, mixed fortunes of weather across the UK through this weekend. Some heavy rain and some strong winds on Saturday. A little bit less cold than it has been recently, but sunshine and showers returning by the time we get through to Sunday. We look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why. There's large area of low pressure is bringing frontal systems eastwards across the UK. So some heavy rain, like I said, and also some strong winds shown by the tightly packed isobars on the chart. So it's a wet start to the day across the UK on this Saturday morning. Some really quite heavy rain around, particularly towards South Wales, South West England. Still the chances of snow across higher ground of Scotland for a time, and some strong winds to accompany that rain as well, particularly towards the southwest and across the English Channel. Now, once that rain clears through, it will turn brighter from the west with some sunny spells, but a rash of showers spreading in from the Atlantic, and again those showers could be heavy and possibly wintry, particularly over higher ground. Still staying windy, particularly towards the southwest with the risk of gales, but for many places a slightly milder day than it has been recently. Now, through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, we say goodbye to that rain across the far southeast, and behind it a mixture really of clear spells and some showers. Again, those showers could be heavy, possibly wintry, particularly towards the north and the west. But as I said, between those showers, some clearer spells for a time, and under those clear spells it will turn rather cold. These are temperatures in towns and cities, but I think in more rural spots a little bit colder than that. So again, the risk of some frost and a few icy patches to start Sunday morning. But as we do start Sunday morning, though, a brighter start to the day, I think, compared to this morning. Some sunshine first thing, but already from the word go, some showers towards the north and the west. Again, those could be quite heavy and possibly wintry, and those will slowly push their way eastwards through the day. A chance of a more persistent spell of rain and snow into the afternoon as well. But as I said, a brighter day for many places, more in the way of sunshine. Temperatures not quite as high as they will be on Saturday, though. I think around where they should be really for the time of the year. Quick look ahead then to the early part of next week. A lot of dry weather to come across the south at first, but a lot of cloud around across the UK. Still some patchy rain towards the north and the west, but I think gradually through the week, many places would turn drier and brighter, with temperatures around average for the time of the year.
Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello there, I'm Eamon.
And I'm Isabel.
And you're watching the GB News digital stream across the United Kingdom.
And around the world.
If you're here in the UK, you can also watch us on your TV screen. GB News is Freeview channel 236.
On Sky, we're channel 515.
626 on Virgin Media.
Just remember, you might need to retune your TV to watch the channel.
Yeah, and if you are doing that, find out more about retuning by going to gbnews.uk.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. Well, over a drink, we have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
Hello again, it's 8:25. Pardon me. Let's turn our attention now to the world of showbiz, and there's lots to gossip about. Stephanie Tecchi joins us now. Hello.
Morning,
Hi.
guys.
Good to see you this morning.
Congratulations on your first show.
Yes,
yes.
Ticking along quite nicely, isn't it?
2 hours, but we started at 6, so we're still going at the moment,
Okay.
which is quite...
Fabulous.
Oh, good, thank you. the face that comes out of all of the front pages at us, even the Financial Times, is Sidney Poitier.
Yeah.
Because he's 94, so he had a good innings.
Yeah.
But he's
Yeah.
still a loss, isn't he? Because he was such a remarkable man.
He's a big loss to Hollywood. I think when you lose a trailblazer like that, I think the whole world, both old generation, the younger generation, we get to hear about his story. He was like the first black actor to ever pick up an Oscar in a time where segregation was rife throughout Hollywood. So for him to break those barriers, he had such a big impact on other actors who have followed him, such as Denzel Washington, Whoopi Goldberg, and he's just been quite a big time.
When did he get his Oscar? 1963.
Did he?
Long time ago.
Wow.
And apparently it was absolutely remarkable because until then, black actors really only had B roles, didn't they? It says here in the FT that they often had caricature roles or very much supporting roles, and it was really unusual to be able to find somebody who was able, who had a big enough personality, I guess, to walk in and do a major role and do it so well that he deserved an Oscar.
Be confident with minus the critics, because at the time, like even in his film Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, that was the first time we ever saw and seen a black man kissing a white woman. So I don't know how that.
God, it caused absolute made headlines all over the world.
And at the time, interracial marriage was banned. So those kind of stories we don't hear anymore. So for him, he
stuck his neck out to be able to do something.
Yeah, it is that thing, is it, about the legacy of someone like Sidney Poitier. As you say, people like Denzel Washington, Morgan Freeman. I mean, you list them off for hours. These sort of fantastic actors who really owe so much to Sidney Poitier for breaking those barriers.
Definitely, and you know, it's weird because sometimes we look at him and think he started the work that was needed for equality, but it's sad that in 2022 we're still fighting for certain areas of equality in the industry.
It's interesting, he was raised on Cat Island in the Bahamas, and then he went to Miami at 15 to live with his brother, and he moved to New York and did menial jobs, slept in a bus station and worked in an Army Veterans Hospital, and had to make that long break into showbiz, into the film world, and then did so well. And he was given an honorary knighthood by the UK. I don't know why. Why would he get an honorary UK knighthood?
Because the Bahamas is a part of the UK, so he received his knighthood, an honorary one, and he's received so many he did during his time, he received so many accolades. It was only 5 years ago where he was awarded the BAFTAs Fellowship of a Lifetime, and it's just so many incredible things that he's done during his career. He's definitely someone that
he leaves
will be
6
missed.
children, apparently. 6.
It's interesting, isn't it, how we move from someone who has been an inspiration and has such a legacy to then talk about Love Island.
Oh, God.
So who is this?
Okay, usually in Love Island, we're only hearing about their relationships, their fake tans, whatever, but Molly Haig, who was on the show 2 years ago, interview resurfaced that she did in December, where she's obviously now made lots of money from being on the show, and she made a comment where she says, we all have the same 24 hours, anyone could be a millionaire, you just need to work hard. And obviously that's really got a lot of people's backs up because they're like, hold on a minute, you've just made all your money from being on the reality TV show. She's now the creative director of Pretty Little Thing, but they're like, who are you?
Oh, is she?
Yeah, she is.
Well, she's done very well then.
She has done well, and that's what she's trying to defend herself in, saying that, you know what, I'm talking about my own personal experiences, but I think the public in general have just still said, no, you don't have no right to be on your high horse saying such quotes. They've even called her.
I mean, for her to turn around and say to an NHS nurse at the moment, you know, we all have the same 24 hours, you could be a millionaire like me.
It's totally
blinking irritating.
Well, it's just when you get those people who are slogging away day after day, providing for their families and what have you, and don't stand a hope in heck of making a whole load of money, but they're doing the best they can.
Makes her more famous, doesn't it?
Well, they've dubbed her comment, they've now called her Margaret Thatcher with a tan, because they're saying her comments are quite Thatcherite-like. So she hasn't been receiving any sympathy for such comments
she won't
and
get
stuff. But you do have to worry about these Love Island stars, because then they deal with the pressure of the social media backlash.
Yeah.
And what about Sex and the City stars then?
OK, and just like that, Chris Note has been cancelled from the finale scenes. as most people know, 3 women have come out and with sexual allegations against him, and the show have made the decision to cut his finale scene with Sarah Jessica Parker.
Yeah, just in case. He's Mr. Big, isn't he?
Yes, he's Mr. Big.
He was like the great central figure, really, in the girls' lives.
Definitely.
In the original series.
You know, despite his controversy, he's a well-loved character in the show, and anyone who's a fan of the show have been following their story. Obviously, his character, spoiler alert, he was killed off at the beginning of this new series, but due to the allegations, the show have just said it's not right to include him in the finale. I don't know how this is going to go down with Sex and the City fans, whether they would actually want to see one more scene with Mr. Big.
They couldn't do it now.
No. Yeah, it just seems distasteful. So it's a wrap for him.
Yeah. OK.
How the mighty are fallen.
Yeah, well,
Yes,
indeed. Stephanie, really good to see you this morning.
you.
Thank you.
And coming up, we've got the sport with Rhiannon, so don't go away.
Hello there, I'm Eamon.
And I'm Isabel.
And you're watching the GB News digital stream across the United Kingdom.
And around the world.
If you're here in the UK, you can also watch us on your TV screen. GB News is Freeview channel 236.
On Sky, we're channel 515.
626 on Virgin Media.
Just remember, you might need to retune your TV to watch the channel.
Yeah, and if you are doing that, find out more about retuning by going to gbnews.uk.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
It is 8:34. You're watching Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Very good to have you with us this morning. Should we go through the papers?
Yes, let's have another look at the papers today. And we have with us
the lovely Dawn Neeson, former editor of the Daily Star. Good morning.
Good morning, gorgeous.
Good morning.
And Peter Whittle is here as well. Good morning, Peter. How are you?
Good morning, Anne.
Hello. What else have you found then
Yes,
for us?
what have you got?
Oh my God, you look so nervous about this bit. Right, this is from The Times, and I'm afraid I really want to talk about something that isn't COVID, obviously, but there is nothing else much around. But I think it's an important story. This is Julia Donaldson, children's author, the creator of The Gruffalo.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's 73 now. She's written about 200 books, many of them adapted for TV, and The Gruffalo sold more than 13 million copies. Now, she is saying that the fact that we are forcing our children to wear face masks for an entire school day is utterly dystopian. She says it is not fair on the children, it is not good for their education. And she goes, unfortunately, if you speak out about this subject, everyone thinks you're some sort of anti-vaxxer, right-wing, Trump type supporting nut job. And she goes, this is not true. You are right to have a point. Now, the government have released their own evidence about children wearing masks in schools this week. And basically, there is no evidence. There is no statistical difference in absence rates in schools with masks than those without. And 94% of teachers think face coverings are more difficult to communicate. And more importantly, 80% of pupils have reported that wearing them makes it harder to learn.
Yes, but isn't the science pretty basic that it stops you not necessarily catching something, but it stops you spreading things?
There doesn't appear to be any science backing this up. This is the government's own report, Stephen, is saying there was no If the point is to keep children in school, in education, then it's not working because there's no difference in the absence rates between schools that are forcing children to wear masks and those that aren't.
It is heartbreaking, I think, that we're going into yet another year telling children to wear masks and to be restricted. I mean, I agree with you, Stephen, in that you wonder why, and there must be some evidence somewhere, although you say there isn't. But I just think it's heartbreaking to ask our children not to socialise. Do you remember when they first started to bring in restrictions in schools and they marked out playgrounds where 4 children could stand there and 4 there and 2 there and they couldn't run around? And you think, I know this is a very bad pandemic, but it's just such a terrible way to bring up children.
You know what, the one thing that's really upset me, Anne, is we appear now to be using children to protect us, to protect the adults.
Well, if they're the super spreaders,
but
you have to protect teachers, though,
yeah,
don't you?
but the teachers are all fully vaccinated, they've had their boosters. If we believe in the vaccine programme that works, and it does work, why are we forcing children, and no one else is
because
forced
the
to wear
vaccine
masks?
doesn't stop you catching and spreading the disease.
No.
It just stops you suffering particularly badly from it.
Well, absolutely, and they are all fully vaccinated, and the children, as we know, don't really suffer at all. And I just think, as an adult, it's my job to protect children. I'm fully vaccinated. I've had my booster. I want the child to be learning. I want them to be in education. So I don't, and we're not forcing other people. I mean, you know, even in Parliament, they're not forcing masks on people, are they? Why are we forcing our children into this?
I think I think people are seeing more the increasing lack of logic about all of this. Remember, at the very beginning, if you remember at the very beginning of this, the government was saying, actually, there's very little evidence for masks being effective. And then they dropped that quickly. But I think increasingly there's a theatre around it all. There's a kind of theatre. I will never get...
What, a cynical theatre about it? Isn't it just the question of, as the science tells them, one thing, that you have to change your advice?
No, because there have been reports from European countries as well that, in fact, they are totally ineffective, certainly certainly in the case of children. You know, there is no need for them. But I think increasingly, you know, there is this sense of people walking about in the open air in the street with masks on, and no one has ever said you've got to do that.
No.
Yet people are doing it, and you look and think, what world are you living in? What prison have you put yourself in?
I don't know about that. I wear my mask quite a lot out and about, yeah. It's anonymous.
I wear it.
Sometimes, Anne, I do find it sort of helps.
Yes, you do only have to make up your eyes. No, mustn't trivialise the problem. But I do worry about this whole generation of kids who've had a quite extraordinary education. And,
Absolutely.
you know, and kids should roam and be free and play around with each other and should be able to see each other's faces.
Yeah.
And I think you really worry about it if it goes on any longer.
Well, 2 years of this, Anne.
2 years of it's a lot.
2-year-olds
having their whole education
not seeing
disrupted.
expressions. Stop looking at me like that, Stephen.
No,
see your expression.
No, I'll tell you what, it's 2 years for a young person is a long time.
Of course it is.
For us olders, it goes horribly
Mind you, I remember the 4-day week, 3-day week.
Why?
I remember doing my homework by candlelight.
Oh
Yes.
So do I. So do I.
There you go.
Oh, thankfully.
We got through it.
You've made me feel very young again, which is a while.
Oh, it was.
Peter, let's have a look at the sun. And I tell you one thing, as nice as it must be to live in Windsor Castle, I do sort of think the planes must drive you mad.
Well, yes, actually, I'm being a bit selfish with this story. This is in The Sun, and the title is No Fly Zone over Queen. What it is, basically, is that Windsor Castle will be protected by a no-fly zone because of growing security fears for the Queen. This comes, I think, probably from that incident at Christmas, you know, with the guy who went in with a bow and arrow. Aircraft and drones will be banned from January 27th from passing within a 2,500-foot altitude over the residence. The reason I've chosen it is it is interesting, but I've just moved to Windsor. And this is but the thing is, I overlook the castle. My flat overlooks the castle. And it's true, these planes come in, they are so low that you can virtually see the passengers waving. But
It is relentless in Windsor.
It is relentless. Less so because of the pandemic, of course, because there are less planes. But I don't quite see, with this, I don't quite know how this is going to affect Heathrow and all these travel plans.
Well, are they going to divert them?
Yeah, they'll just divert round, I think.
But I think the thing is, with the security of the Queen, yes, what does strike you there is that this castle is, as you know, it's like the town is just right round the wall. So I wasn't surprised at all that guy could get in with, with the bow and arrow, whatever it was. Simply because, Windsor Great Park is massive and you could just, I guess you could just slip over.
Oh, wow.
But, I mean, anything that secures the Queen is fine by me.
And particularly in the age of drones, I
Yes.
think. To be able to say this is a no-fly zone is...
Do you think it stopped Prince Andrew landing his helicopter in the back garden?
Maybe, actually, that's the real reason.
Yes.
Yeah, it might be. Just a very quick word, Dawn, on this doctor hitting out at Sajid Javid, the Health Secretary.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Sajid Javid, who was doing a tour of King's College Hospital in South London, and he was chatting to the staff about how we need to roll out the vaccine booster programme to the general population. And this Steve James, who's a consultant anaesthetist at King's College, says he's worked in intensive care unit for nearly 2 years treating COVID patients, and he says he hasn't had the jab because I had the antibodies. And Sajid Javid was like...
Yes, gobsmacked, wasn't he?
Gobsmacked. We didn't know what to say. So, but it was just a very, very interesting and a very brave doctor to actually articulate how he was feeling.
Yeah, well,
Was he brave or was he a bit...
The thing is, I think people choosing not to be vaccinated doesn't make you an anti-vaxxer or a raving lunatic. It just makes you concerned. And he's an anaesthetist. He is concerned, and he is, I think, right to talk to the health sector about his concerns.
Well, at least if you can talk about it in a grown-up way,
Exactly.
which is what we're all about here
Exactly.
on GB News. Look, thank you both. It's been good to see you this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's Sunshine Saturday.
Oh, lovely.
Yay! And Brit holiday bookings are soaring, apparently. I can't say
Easy
it
for you to...
Put your teeth in. Sunshine Saturday normally takes place in January when people tend to go back to work.
Now, the government has scrapped PCR testing and self-isolation rules, so what does that mean for the travel industry? Well, things are looking brighter, I think. Let's talk to our North West of England reporter, Bradley Harris, who's in... where are you?
No, he's in
Bradley?
Macclesfield now.
You're in Have you moved to Macclesfield? Do you get about, Bradley? What are they saying there, the travel agent?
I do get about. Yeah, well, I was at Manchester Airport a little earlier, as you know, and I was so inspired by the people going into the departure lounge and jetting off on holiday that I kind of felt a little bit left out. So I've come to a travel agency in Macclesfield, Hembury Travel, to see if I can try and book myself a holiday. But before we do that, I just want to chat to Richard Slater. He's the managing director of the travel agents here. I just want to ask you, Sunshine Saturday, happy Sunshine Saturday.
Yeah.
It's one of the busiest days for booking holidays. Have you seen people coming, and have you seen your bookings increase in the last 24 to 48 hours?
Yes, we have. I'm certainly seen them increase since Christmas. I think there's a growing need for going on holiday now. I think people are thinking about it, and booking through a travel agent has great protection.
Yeah, well, look, let's take a look. I've got there's a programme here, brochure, Worldwide 2022. Where are the most popular places to go at the moment for flights?
OK, well, we've had bookings this week for Madeira. We've got Lapland for December. May half-term, we've got Tenerife. Greece is very strong at the moment, and Turkey. The Western Mediterranean needs a bit of a boost, and we're certainly looking at offers for there. But, yeah, generally, it's quite a strong market at the moment.
Can I ask you, do you think the relaxation of travel rules then from the government has actually helped increase bookings over the last few days?
Yes, it's certainly created confidence, Brad. So anybody that's double vaccinated doesn't need to self-isolate on return now. And the testing, whilst they do need to do a lateral flow test on return, the tests of those are very low. Unfortunately, though, people that aren't double vaccinated are going to still need to take the tests on day 2 and day 8, and also in some circumstances self-isolate. So we still need clients to come and see the local travel agent, because each country, destination country, also has different protocols. There are forms to complete, all very simple, because your agent will do that for you and guide you accordingly.
Still very different, though, to pre-COVID, where you could just go on holiday, you didn't even have to think about tests. Do you think the confidence is still there with passengers?
I think it is, and what we're looking for in the industry is, it's still complicated, as we've mentioned, but what we're looking for is not a new normal. We're looking to go back to how we were in 2019, when you go away and actually relax on holiday. That's the point of having a holiday, relaxation, no stress with all these tests and bits and pieces. So as confidence grows, I expect us to see more and more people deciding to go away.
And what have people been saying when they come into the shop? Because, of course, COVID has impacted many things, shops closing, businesses closing down or adapting. What about travel agents, though? Are you finding new customers are coming in?
Yes, certainly. 1 in 3 of our new bookings since about July has been a new client to us. I think some of those have previously booked online or self-packaged and now want the reassurance of booking through an agent. And of course, many agents have been very good on getting refunds for clients and done all the hard work, so the client doesn't have to sit on the phone for hours on end. We do all that work for them.
Amazing. And let's just go back to before these travel changes were in place. It has been a difficult 12 months. What has it been like for you before these rules were relaxed?
It's been very difficult. I mean, certainly when the changes were brought in by the government pre-Christmas, they announced them on Saturday night, which immediately spoilt the weekend for us. You know, that's a small thing, but it meant that we had to get to the shop on the Sunday, sort people out, tell them that they needed tests, you know, all things that we don't need to do. It's very, very... It makes people nervous when they're on holiday and therefore doesn't make them go, therefore doesn't generate any sales and income for the travel industry.
Right, well, Richard, before we let you go, I just want to ask bargains. People are going to be watching at home and thinking, got to get myself a bargain. I've seen flights for 29 quid going abroad to places in Spain. What's out there? What are the deals to look out for?
OK, well, the first thing to say is really they need to book a package holiday because then they get the most protection. Certainly lots of free trial places available, early booking incentives. Lots of tour operators are actually giving travel agents extra incentives, so cheaper than the internet, to encourage clients to book through the agent so that the paperwork and all the bits and pieces are correct and they don't miss departure at the airport. So get in touch with your agent. They'll also check all the operators for you to get the best value, price and package for you across a number of operators.
Right, brilliant. Richard Slater, Managing Director of Henbury Travel. Good to chat to you. I am going to be with you for the rest of the morning because clearly I've got a lot of holiday plans and a lot of places to go and look and book.
Yeah, I'm surprised you stuck around with that 29 quid flight. I would thought you would be off on your holidays already.
Yeah, just need to top up his tan a little bit, Bradley. Looking a bit pasty there. Get a bit of salt.
It takes a few days. It takes a few days for it to kick in.
Yeah,
I bet,
in Manchester, I can imagine that's quite hard work. Sorry.
Oh, I love the idea of getting away on a holiday.
I tell you what, as well, it's interesting talking to a travel agent because a lot of them were very worried that their work would be completely eclipsed by your ability to go on the internet and look for a good deal. But I think since travel has now become so much more complicated again, it's really good to have a good travel agent work it all out for you.
I've used a travel agent for the holiday in May.
And they do all
the honeymoon, I should say, not the holiday.
No. I hope it's both.
It's both. But that she has sorted it all out every day. It's all sort of sorted and planned, and it's been really useful actually.
A good travel agent is worth their weight in gold, really is.
Yeah. Now, away from the sort of joys of planning getting away, there is a bit of a crisis about to swamp Britain, or many believe there will be, and it is the cost of living skyrocketing as inflation reaches levels not seen for more than a decade.
Yeah, there's national insurance rises coupled with an energy price spike, of course, set to hit the poorest in our society. So we're going to be joined by Ellesmere Port and Neston MP Justin Madders. Good morning, Justin.
Good morning.
Hello, hi. I mean, it's all doom and gloom as far as the cost of living is concerned, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we've got some real storm clouds on the horizon, as you've set out. We've got a number of tax increases coming in April. Obviously, council tax is going to go up again as well. But we know inflation is heading in one direction only. And at the moment, there's a lot of focus on domestic fuel bills, which have rocketed in the last year as well. So what we suggested is, as a temporary measure to ease some of the burden, that we scrap VAT on domestic fuel. We think that would go some way to easing the burden a little.
Well, it would, but that's going to cost about, about 4 billion quid or something, which, I mean, at a time when we're running out of money as it is, we haven't got that much money in the coffers, have we?
Well, we calculated it to be about £750 million. And what we'd say is actually because prices have been going up anyway, the Chancellor's got a little bit of wriggle room because he's actually been recouping more in VAT receipts than he originally anticipated. And indeed, he's already revised his estimates of what he's going to get from VAT upwards twice already. So we think rather than going into his pockets, this should be going into the pockets of those who need the help the most.
Could this crisis, if you call it that, have been averted? Or do you think because of everything we've been through, particularly obviously the pandemic being so expensive, do you think it was inevitable anyway?
Well, I think there are a number of decisions here that the government have taken, particularly in relation to tax increases and also not increasing the personal allowance, which will be things that could have been avoided. But I mean, it's interesting that you said we haven't really had inflation on this level for nearly a decade now, and we haven't even talked about what that might mean for interest rates and those with mortgages. That could be something that's going to really bite people later on in the year as well. But I think we have been on a very difficult economic cycle for a couple of years now, and it's quite often the case that when you are up and down like that, and when there is a stop-start to demand, that you will get big price surges. And I think it's important that in order to get us through this and get the economy onto a stable footing, that we make sure that we support people during these critical next few months.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a perfect storm, isn't it? When we look at inflation, we look at energy prices, we look at interest rates potentially rising and mortgages and all the rest of it, as you point out. So, but it does lead to a very difficult question as to exactly how much can actually be done to help the people in the poorest situations.
Well, that's always a question for the government of the day and what priorities they have. And clearly they have a lot of money they need to claw back because they've expended a lot on the pandemic. And indeed, they may still need to do that. But I think what we'd say is if you're making it very difficult for people to even heat their homes, if they're having to go to food banks because they haven't got enough money at the end of the week, then actually that is, in the long run, counterproductive. Not only does it push people further into poverty, but it means that they're spending less in their local shops and communities as well. And it leads us into, unfortunately, a cycle of low growth, which we all want to avoid.
Do you come across this yourself? I mean, what do your constituents say to you? Are they absolutely worried about the forthcoming year?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the number of price increases they're seeing already for a whole range of goods is quite shocking. And I mean, you only need to go to the supermarket and see every time you go that the cost of things has gone up by a couple of pence. And unfortunately, because energy prices are still on the rise, and they take some while to feed through into the goods on the shelves, I think we're going to see a lot more of that. So I do think that this support is absolutely critical at this time.
I mean, this is the problem, isn't it? That it's a bit of a slow burn with all of this. And so all of the things, as you say, I mean, when we think of energy prices going up, we think of what we're paying to heat the house. We don't necessarily think of what it's adding to food bills and everything else. At what point do we need to start being a little bit more careful as individuals? Yeah, a bit more frugal, because as much as we want the government to take action, we've got to do some things ourselves, haven't we?
Well, of course we have, and I think whatever the general economic situation, you want to be looking at ways to save money. And look, there's a whole host of websites out there. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention Martin Lewis. I know he's on a rival channel, but he does loads of great stuff about how you can save money. And I think that everyone, should be penny conscious, and as they do that, the pounds will add up as well.
Yeah, maybe we've all got to learn to just be that much more careful. But I mean, with some people, if you've got no income coming in, you've got children to feed, you're stuck in a corner. You just can't get out of it, can you? Before we love you and leave you, Justin, can we just mention that obviously we've heard overnight about the death of one of your colleagues, Labour MP Jack Dromey, husband of Harriet Harman, of course. Very sad death there. He'll be a great loss because he was always there. He was a constant figure, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a lovely guy, and I mean, it's come as an absolute shock because, as you probably know, he was speaking in the Commons only on Thursday, and whilst I only met him after I became elected, he was one of those MPs who made a real effort to get to know me. He was always there for advice and support, and actually because of his links with the Transport and General Workers Union, he had a special affinity with Ellesmere Port and the Vauxhall car plant, which he always took a keen interest on, and we've had a lot of fights over the last few years to keep that plant going. So I will miss him tremendously. He was a great MP, and he was a great public servant, and I absolutely feel for Harriet and the rest of the family for such a shocking and tragic loss.
Indeed. Thank you very much indeed for joining us today. Thank you.
Do you know what? I can hear people shouting at home though over the we watch the pennies, which is great if you've got the pennies to watch.
Yes, exactly.
That's the issue, isn't it? Where people just are actually spending up to the hilt, looking after the family and what have you.
Food banks are going to be busier than ever, aren't they, I think, this coming year?
Now, stay with us, because have you started making plans to celebrate the Platinum Jubilee? If so, what are you going to do? We're going to be talking all things royal, including that historic milestone, in just a few minutes. But first, let's have a look at the weather.
It's time to remind ourselves there's always another winter. Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello, mixed fortunes of weather across the UK through this weekend. Some heavy rain and some strong winds on Saturday. A little bit less cold than it has been recently, but sunshine and showers returning by the time we get through to Sunday. If we look at the pressure pattern, then you can see the reason why. There's large area of low pressure is bringing frontal systems eastwards across the UK. So some heavy rain, like I said, and also some strong winds shown by the tightly packed isobars on the chart. So it's a wet start to the day across the UK on this Saturday morning. Some really quite heavy rain around, particularly towards South Wales, South West England. Still the chances of snow across higher ground of Scotland for a time, and some strong winds to accompany that rain as well, particularly towards the southwest and across the English Channel. Now, once that rain clears through, it will turn brighter from the west with some sunny spells, but a rash of showers spreading in from the Atlantic, and again those showers could be heavy and possibly wintry, particularly over higher ground. Still staying windy, particularly towards the southwest with the risk of gales, but for many places a slightly milder day than it has been recently. Now, through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, we say goodbye to that rain across the far southeast, and behind it a mixture really of clear spells and some showers. Again, those showers could be heavy, possibly wintry, particularly towards the north and the west. But as I said, between those showers, some clearer spells for a time, and under those clear spells it will turn rather cold. These are temperatures in towns and cities, but I think in more rural spots a little bit colder than that. So again, the risk of some frost and a few icy patches to start Sunday morning. But as we do start Sunday morning, though, a brighter start to the day, I think, compared to this morning. Some sunshine first thing, but already from the word go, some showers towards the north and the west. Again, those could be quite heavy and possibly wintry, and those will slowly push their way eastwards through the day. A chance of a more persistent spell of rain and snow into the afternoon as well. But as I said, a brighter day for many places, more in the way of sunshine. Temperatures not quite as high as they will be on Saturday, though. I think around where they should be really for the time of the year. Quick look ahead then to the early part of next week. A lot of dry weather to come across the south at first, but a lot of cloud around across the UK. Still some patchy rain towards the north and the west, but I think gradually through the week, many places would turn drier and brighter, with temperatures around average for the time of the year.
Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello there, I'm Eamon.
And I'm Isabel.
And you're watching the GB News digital stream across the United Kingdom.
And around the world.
If you're here in the UK, you can also watch us on your TV screen. GB News is Freeview channel 236.
On Sky, we're channel 515.
626 on Virgin Media.
Just remember, you might need to retune your TV to watch the channel.
Yeah, and if you are doing that, find out more about retuning by going to gbnews.uk.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock. It's Saturday the 8th of January and it's your New Look Breakfast Show with me, Anne Diamond.
And me, Stephen Dixon. We're on your TV, your phone and your radio. You can find us on DAB+, so really, you've no excuse not to take us with you, whatever you're doing today. This is what we've got for you this morning.
A fourth booster is not needed, says the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation. New data shows that just one booster, the third if you like, continue to provide high levels of protection against severe disease.
Big summer getaway is in all our plans, with no lockdowns in sight at the moment and the scrapping of PCR tests. Brits are already snapping up the summer holiday deals. Now, the show is, of course, about you. We really want you to be involved. You've been getting in touch in the droves today. If there's anything that's pricked your interest over the past few days or in the days to come, get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us at GBNews.
Now to all things royal. Many royalists are calling for Kate, Duchess of Cambridge, to be the next Queen instead of Camilla.
Well, it comes as Kate prepares to celebrate her 40th birthday privately tomorrow, instead of opting for joint celebrations with her husband later in the year.
Now, reports suggest they may take place alongside events planned for the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, so it's all going on. To discuss these stories, royal commentator Richard Fitzwilliams joins us now. Hello there.
Hello.
Hi. I mean, when the Queen gave Camilla the Order of the Garter, that was seen by most people as a way of paving the way for her to be absolutely accepted as Queen when her time comes. And yet...
Yes, I think that most people did take that as an interpretation, though, of course, the official line, as you know, is that she becomes Princess Consort, but there's absolutely no precedent historically for that.
For that to happen. No, and we know, don't we, that Charles wants her to be Queen when the time comes.
Every King of England has had a Queen. That is certainly what is likely. And, of course, the fact that she's now a Lady Companion of the Garter, I mean...
That's the highest honour you can really get.
Oh, yes, dating from Edward III in 1348. A great deal of controversy, of course, with Tony Blair joining that very select group.
Yes, I mean, look, is there really an undercurrent of dislike for Camilla these days? I mean, she out and about, she's a popular royal, isn't she?
She is a very popular royal, and it's known that she's the perfect consort, so to speak, for Charles. Similar age, similar friends, similar sense of humour. I mean, there's no question also doing very, very significant charitable work.
She is.
And also topics such as domestic abuse as well as osteoporosis, literacy. Oh, I think she's highly respected, but there's always been in opinion polls of only relatively about a third wanting her to become
And yet people
Queen.
who meet her are always impressed by her. I don't think I've met anyone who hasn't met her and thought, sort of changed their mind about her.
Yeah, well, I met her a couple of years ago at a JDRF diabetic event, and she was absolutely charming and knew what she was talking about, which was important.
If I had to bet, I'd certainly bet that when the time comes, Charles, and we don't know whether he'll be King Charles, he could even choose George, would almost certain.
Yeah, a bit confusing now at his age to change his name. wouldn't
I
it?
think it would be extremely confusing, but it is his right, technically speaking. That's my bet, but nobody absolutely knows for sure.
Mind you, talking about our current monarch, and long may she continue to reign, the Platinum Jubilee is coming up. I mean, that is really quite extraordinary.
Oh, it's absolutely unique. I mean, just think of extended bank holiday for 4 days in point of fact. There'll be celebrations in June. I mean, this will be fabulous because you'll have a Trooping the Colour. The Queen at the Derby, the one major race she hasn't won, and
Is that right?
this year to do so. The service of Thanksgiving at St Paul's, the beacons. I mean, some of these have been features of other commemorations. The concert at the Palace, we remember the precedent for that, and of course there'll be a pageant too, and a big lunch. So this will really be a spectacular, glorious, colourful commemoration that the nation needs.
And medals for the armed forces.
Yes, that's right.
If they've served for
it's going to be a very big
time.
deal, isn't it? How is she, do we think? I mean, whenever we do see her out and about, she looks so well, but she clearly is delegating a lot of her work to the others now.
And very, very clearly this is being balanced with extreme care after her experience in October, where obviously cancelling, which was certainly something, the very last thing she would wish to do, several engagements, and there's no question that advised to take it easily and also concentrate on light duties. She's a master of the visual, of course, the virtual broadcast.
Yes, she's very good at it, isn't she?
Oh, she was always known as One Take Windsor when it came to the Christmas broadcast.
Was she?
Yes.
Wow.
But the ones that she's given for the pandemic, quoting from Dame Vera Lynn, which was like a lump.
Oh, yeah, wasn't it? It was so moving.
And of course, 75 years anniversary of VE Day, and of course she was actually there. It is amazing, but obviously this is a question that will be a question of very, very carefully balancing activities during this period, and also perhaps there may be other royals delegating. Certain things will be delegated. This is possible. Obviously, we hope for good weather.
Well, she very clearly likes to. Even when you see the other pictures on her table when she does her Christmas messages and things, she very clearly likes to be able to say this is the obvious line of succession. It's Charles and Camilla. It's Kate and William. And I think we get a lot of feeling of security from that as well. She wants to see that line. Is it true that she is trying to sort of concentrate headquarters at Windsor now and maybe even bring Kate and William into Windsor Castle to live?
This is the rumour that may very well happen. And, of course, the issues of schooling come up when that is being considered. But of course, Buckingham Palace will remain the headquarters of the monarchy. As you know,
it's the office, really.
Well, yes, there's 369 million being spent to refurbish it. But yes,
how much?
369 million over a decade.
That's a lot of money.
Oh, but Stephen, it hadn't been done since the 1940s.
And it is desperately tatty in some places.
Really did need it. And it's the world's most famous headquarters of any royal family, and we have the most high profile. I mean, our best use of soft power when they go abroad, which isn't easy, of course, with restrictions to plan this. I mean, Charles and Camilla went to Egypt and Jordan, but I mean, I'm with Catherine being 40 on Sunday. I'm sure she and William are longing to go on trips abroad when possible, but to plan these things are extremely difficult.
Can I just say, apart from an early happy birthday, 40 is young, isn't it? Isn't it young? I think 40 is... I know it's showing off my age a little bit, but I think 40 is really young.
Well, it is young, but if you're young and glamorous and you balance the contemporary
thank you,
I was actually thinking of Catherine. Just imagine how I could have...
I wonder if it feels like a big milestone to her, though, turning 40. I mean... 40 used to be a major problem to people, didn't it? Your 40th birthday was really... You felt, oh, my goodness, I'm old and I can't... But I wonder if 40 is the big milestone it once was. Do you remember your 40th?
I remember my 40th,
Not so
but I
long ago,
didn't
I'm
think
sure.
that much of it. It was 50th that really was considered significant. But so far as Catherine's concerned, look at the way, I mean, the piano at that concert.
Wow, that was quite
new,
something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But, and I mean, the way she's taken on, for example, early childhood, very, very keen working with children, and I think that's very important, and mental health too. But also the poise, and we were talking about glamour, Stephen, when I was referring to her, I have to say, look at that fabulous gown she wore at the 007, the No Time to Die premiere.
No, she always looks amazing. She really does.
Oh, yes, the Alexander.
But she's doing the job quite seriously as well, isn't she? But I just wonder, can you remember your 40th?
Yes, it wasn't that long ago.
I was just...
No.
No,
I'm only
of course it
47.
wasn't. What did you do?
I had my mum put on a really nice spread, had the family round, and we played bingo wearing Doctor Who masks.
Well, I wish I hadn't asked that question now as well.
True,
There you
but
go.
it was a good northern family party, and I loved it.
But you didn't mind being 40, or did you?
No, I didn't mind at all.
I didn't
mind
like
at all.
40 at all.
Didn't mind at all.
Didn't like. I tell you what. Wait till you're 60. That is bad. I can tell you. What should we buy, Catherine, for a 40th birthday? What will they be buying her?
Well, of course, the royals have this habit of very cheap but cheerful presents. You know, I mean, this is, as we know, the routine at Christmas. So to what extent that extends to birthdays, I'm not absolutely sure. But what do you buy the family who has absolutely everything? I would have thought something amusing, something that would entertain her, but something, I mean, it could be something fashionable, I would have thought, or, you know, some form of a handbag, or perhaps for an outfit that was particularly stunning. I think she's wearing quite a few these days. But obviously, I think she's sporty. How about that? Something sporty, because whenever possible, I mean, she's patron of Wimbledon and also involved in hockey. You remember, it's from school days. So maybe some
a tennis racket or something.
Well, she will probably have an array of tennis rackets.
Well, she's probably got everything, though, hasn't she?
Well, that's it. What do you buy somebody who's got everything?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Tomorrow we'll ask you that, because it's her 40th birthday tomorrow.
And we're expecting a photograph, of course.
Oh, are we?
Oh,
yes.
I suppose we will. It'll be one of her own, I expect, as well.
Now,
Or will it be an official portrait done by somebody else?
We don't know, but one of her strengths, of course, is to channel this interest in photography into so many of her family. And remember that also...
Well, I find it fascinating the way her interest in photography has given her and her family a certain degree of privacy, because instead of inviting photographers in to take pictures of the children, she does them herself, which is rather nice. It's a way of throwing a cordon around her own family.
Well, it's charming, but remember also the whole still exhibition, which was a portrait of Britain during the pandemic, and she was behind that. So it's being used very well and constructively.
OK. Richard, look, fascinating, as always, to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
The pleasure.
Yeah, think about that for tomorrow. What do you buy a princess or somebody who's got everything for their 40th birthday? A calendar.
See, I'm rubbish if people ask me what I want for a present.
Be a picture frame or something, wouldn't it?
I suppose. That's a bit dull, though.
I know, it is. Like, well, what do you buy somebody who's got everything?
I don't know. But I never know what I want.
We had a millionaire rock star friend who...
Did you?
And it was his 40th or 50th. And we bought him an engraved wooden loo seat.
Anyway.
Well, I couldn't think of anything better than that. So there you go.
Well, that's novel.
It's a stony silence from everybody on that. Well, you think of something. It's got to be novel. It's got to be different.
I don't think I'd thank you for that.
No, all right.
No, anyway.
Never seen it in his home.
I'm going to find out who it is in a minute when we're off camera. Let's bring you up to date with the top stories then. And court documents show that Novak Djokovic, who's fighting deportation from Australia, tested positive for coronavirus last month. His lawyers claim he was granted a vaccine exemption to enter the country because of the recent infection. Djokovic has been detained at an immigration facility in Melbourne since Thursday morning after his visa was cancelled.
And as we've been hearing, there are calls this morning to prioritise booster jabs to NHS workers amid a looming staff crisis. New figures from the UK Health and Security Agency show that the jabs are 90% effective in people over 65 after 3 months. The government's being urged to ditch those fourth jabs then for the elderly and focus instead on giving NHS staff the vaccine.
Meanwhile, more than 1,000 military personnel have been made available to support the rollout of the vaccine in England, Scotland and Wales. New data shows hospital staff absences due to COVID have risen by 59% in a week.
Thousands of flat owners will not have to pay to remove dangerous cladding from their buildings. Housing Secretary Michael Gove says developers will have to cover the costs of the cladding changes for buildings over 11 metres tall, and that bill is estimated to be up to £4 billion.
The UN has appealed for restraint amid new violence in Kazakhstan. Police killed dozens of anti-government protesters after the president authorised security forces to shoot to kill. Thousands more have been arrested, including the former Prime Minister, Karim Massimov, on suspicion of treason. Russian forces have been deployed to help the regime put down the uprising.
In the US, 3 men have been given life for killing Ahmaud Arbery. The 25-year-old's family were in the courtroom to hear the sentencing. The black man was chased and gunned down in Georgia in 2020. Now on to January matters. Many people might be trying to detox from drinking, but lots of pubs hit hard by the pandemic are requesting customers not to have a dry January.
Yeah, but should we really be encouraging people to drink more? Well, on the line to tell us more is Dave Mountford from the Forum of British Pubs. Good to see you this morning. Look, in real terms, how badly has the industry been hit, not only over the last 18 months, but over what has probably been a quieter Christmas and New Year period?
OK, so thank you very much for inviting me on.
Morning.
You make an extremely good point. The industry has been suffering for years, long before COVID came in. Unfortunately, at the start of the pandemics, there was still 20 pubs a week that were shutting in this country. And that is nothing to do with the usage of pubs. That is to do with the unsustainable rents that pubs have been charged. And that is an issue that's been identified by government on many occasions, but unfortunately have done nothing about it. So the industry was already in a crisis before the COVID crisis hit. Obviously, I don't think I need to reiterate that the impact of COVID has been huge on hospitality. And a lot of pubs took out a considerable amount of debt, were encouraged to take out debt in terms of bounce back loans. Those that managed to survive came out of the pandemic looking forward to bouncing back at Christmas, which is the first opportunity to get some real income coming into their pubs. And of course, we know what then happened. And the impact of the announcement from the government to be careful, if for want of a better word, and to not be too reckless over Christmas has impacted the pubs again. To put that in perspective, 2 years ago in December, my pub took about £55,000 for the month, and last December we took just over 27,000. So we were kind of pretty much halved in terms of our income. Now that is representative of most pubs out there.
Yeah.
The reason that we will survive as a business, hopefully, is the fact that we are privately owned and we have an accurate and fairly assessed rent. But that is not the case for the majority of pubs in this country, who are owned by banks, hedge funds, many of them offshore. And that is why the industry is in the crisis it's in. And unfortunately, our government has failed them. Those limited companies, those sole traders, those individual small businesses has failed them terribly.
So really, I was going to say, really, the tradition, it's become a tradition now, isn't it, of trying to go dry in January would really hit you when you're already down.
Well, absolutely, Anne. And I mean, it's been a tradition that we've obviously fought against over the years. Dry January is we understand why, but I would support the argument that pubs offer a vast amount of support through social cohesion, through the support, through mental health support. I mean, we run a pub in a little village in the Peak District, and I've got to say that we provide a hub for our community, we believe, and we are well supported accordingly. So I think there is the argument that alcohol and that sort of issue is damaging to society. I believe alcohol is very safely consumed in pubs, and it's probably the most safest place to consume alcohol, and with all the benefits that the community pub offers. But yeah, to summarise your question, yeah, we are at the lowest ebb, and now we're being kicked again with this often campaign, which comes around every year, and much to our horror.
There is an issue, though, isn't there, in terms of you talk about drinking safely in pubs. Well, all well and good. I mean, one of the ongoing issues for pubs has been, hasn't it, the cheap alcohol that people are buying in supermarkets and what have you. So as much as you want support from the government and everything else, this is all down to consumer choice, isn't it?
Well, yes, it is. But I mean, that's very much a tax issue. The fact is that alcohol is taxed at a completely different rate when it comes to the off sales and the on sales. So there is an element of support that can be provided there to make beer cheaper in pubs, to make it more attractive. But the support we need from the government applies more to the ownership of pubs, not just the taxing of alcohol. Pubs in this country, the majority of pubs in this country are owned by offshore banks, many of them who have been regulated by this government because of their unfair business practices, including the consistent overinflation of rents. And that is the thing that is destroying pubs. So, as I said to you, my pub will hopefully survive. And the reason for that is it's got an accurate rent. So even though our sales might decline and therefore our break-even point might reduce, we will be able to manage that because we were profitable in the first place. So we can make adjustments to our business model. The majority of pubs in this country can't do that. And the government know this. This isn't news to the government. And one of the challenges I would put out there to the media and GB News, who have been so supportive of us and our organisation and publicans, is to get some of those ministers on this programme so that we can have that discussion in a full and frank manner. Certainly the small business minister, Paul Scully, is taking advice from the pub companies and the people that own pubs rather than people that run them, rather than people like myself and our organisation, so that he can fully understand the reasons why pubs in this country have been failing for the last 10 or 15 years. And it is not just down to consumer choice, I can assure you. If it was, then this country would not have grown microbreweries from 400 in 2004 to 2,000 in 2019 if it came down to consumer choice. That wouldn't be that just is a complete contrary argument to that point. This all comes down to ownership, and it all comes down to the abuse of publicans and the exploitation. The majority of owners of pubs in this country make 80 to 90% of the profit that is made through the beer tie and through the overinflation of beer prices.
Well, anyone watching right now can continue to support their local pub. You don't have to actually drink alcohol when you go there. You don't have to. You can do both. We'll leave it there for the moment. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. That's Dave Mountford from the Forum of British Pubs. I know I live in a village, and when a village loses its pub, it loses its beating heart.
It is the heart particularly of a village, I think. But as you say, it's drinking, because I stopped going when I gave up the booze about 15 years ago. But now you've got alcohol-free wines, alcohol-free gin, alcohol-free beer.
I tried the 0% alcohol gin.
I quite like it.
Oh, it didn't taste of anything. I couldn't see the point terribly. But
Give over.
You know, pubs. I personally think pubs should actually try a bit harder to do exciting non-alcohol drinks.
Yeah, it does.
Juices and really good ones. Not that.
I was talking about juice, but
no, juice, proper fresh juices that you get all sorts of.
But the nice bottled beers that are alcohol-free.
Drinks
I mean,
that you can
brilliant.
Stick umbrellas in.
I like to go down the pub and pretend I'm drinking a real pint. It's better than nothing. Anyway, let us know what you think. GBviews at gbnews.uk. It is 9:24, still to come for you. You're worried about increasing energy costs. Do you want the government to do more? Those bills are going up, aren't they?
Everything is.
We're going to be looking at what can be done about it all, if anything. First, though, here's the weather.
It's time to remind ourselves there's always another winter. Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello, mixed fortunes of weather across the UK through this weekend. Some heavy rain and some strong winds on Saturday. A little bit less cold than it has been recently, but sunshine and showers returning by the time we get through to Sunday. If we look at the pressure pattern, then you can see the reason why. There's large area of low pressure is bringing frontal systems eastwards across the UK. So some heavy rain, like I said, and also some strong winds shown by the tightly packed isobars on the chart. So it's a wet start to the day across the UK on this Saturday morning. Some really quite heavy rain around, particularly towards South Wales, South West England. Still the chances of snow across higher ground of Scotland for a time, and some strong winds to accompany that rain as well, particularly towards the southwest and across the English Channel. Now, once that rain clears through, it will turn brighter from the west with some sunny spells, but a rash of showers spreading in from the Atlantic, and again those showers could be heavy and possibly wintry, particularly over higher ground. Still staying windy, particularly towards the southwest with the risk of gales, but for many places a slightly milder day than it has been recently. Now, through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, we say goodbye to that rain across the far southeast, and behind it, a mixture really of clear spells and some showers. Again, those showers could be heavy, possibly wintry, particularly towards the north and the west. But as I said, between those showers, some clearer spells for a time, and under those clear spells, it will turn rather cold. These are temperatures in towns and cities, but I think in more rural spots, a little bit colder than that. So again, the risk of some frost and a few icy patches to start Sunday morning. But as we do start Sunday morning, though, a brighter start to the day, I think, compared to this morning. Some sunshine first thing, but already from the word go, some showers towards the north and the west. Again, those could be quite heavy and possibly wintry, and those will slowly push their way eastwards through the day. A chance of a more persistent spell of rain and snow into the afternoon as well. But as I said, a brighter day for many places, more in the way of sunshine. Temperatures not quite as high as they will be on Saturday, though. I think around where they should be really for the time of the year. Quick look ahead then to the early part of next week. A lot of dry weather to come across the south at first, but a lot of cloud around across the UK. Still some patchy rain towards the north and the west, but I think gradually through the week, many places would turn drier and brighter, with temperatures around average for the time of the year.
Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello there, I'm Eamon.
And I'm Isabel.
And you're watching the GB News digital stream across the United Kingdom.
And around the world.
If you're here in the UK, you can also watch us on your TV screen. GB News is Freeview channel 236.
On Sky, we're channel 515.
626 on Virgin Media.
Just remember, you might need to retune your TV to watch the channel.
Yeah, and if you are doing that, find out more about retuning by going to gbnews.uk.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
It's 9:28.
Already?
It is. It's flown by this morning. Can I just say thank you to everyone who's got in touch this morning. We've had loads and loads of emails from Jules, from Karen, who says, we're lovely people, Rita, Adrian Porter. It's really nice. All the lovely, lovely messages coming in about us, which is really kind. And
we've got a lovely one. Do you think I ought to read out that bit?
No,
Not telling you what it says.
No.
Janet from Janet Preston, or Janet from Preston?
Janet C. from
Preston. Hi, Janet. Happy birthday. She says she's been looking through other channels and she settled on us and she said, fabulous combination. I'm loving the show. It's my birthday today, so lovely surprise. So happy birthday, Janet.
Yeah.
And we hope you stick with us. It's really nice to have your appreciation.
It really is. And I should say, it's a happy birthday as well to my friend Kimberly. And most importantly of all, my sister-in-law, Kay Dixon.
Excellent.
It's a big day for birthday. So there you go. But no, it's really nice. It's really lovely when people get in touch and say something nice, unlike Twitter, where people can be very horrible.
Yes.
Anyway, there you go. Talking of things that are horrible, energy costs. Yeah, I mean, they're rising across the country. We're expecting them to rise even more over the coming months. It is very depressing. Many are wondering what the government can do in the short term and the long term. Well, Doogie Beattie has got more for us this morning and looking, Doogie, at what the alternatives are to try and provide some cheaper alternative sources of energy.
Yes, we need to do exactly that, and I'm coming to you this morning from the beautiful town of Portaferry in County Down. Now, why here? We'll find that out in a moment or two, but you know, Britain has other options available to it. It is not as open to the fluctuations in the international markets as others may be when we're turning away from fossil fuels and more to greener. That means that we're either going to nuclear fuels or that we're depending on gas. And I spoke to the economic correspondent Jamie DeLargy, who had put me through some of what was going on in the world markets.
Most worrying development, I suppose, is in terms of gas. The cost of oil, of course, has gone up, but gas has risen by an incredible amount. And we are, to some extent, in the UK, lucky that we have our own sources of gas. We also get gas from Norway, and we get gas from other sources. But Europe as a whole depends to a great extent on Russia. Now, Russia is fulfilling its contractual obligations in terms of supplying Europe with gas, but it apparently is not providing necessarily more than that. And with the growing economy, the price of gas has gone sky high. Now, what would relieve that might be acceding to the wishes of Russia, which would be for long-term contracts. And I think that probably Europe will have to consider establishing these long-term contracts with Russia for the supply of gas, which would fix the price, maybe at a rising level, but necessarily would fix the price and would perhaps stop the cost of natural gas going into the stratosphere.
Well, he talks about the price of gas going into the stratosphere. Right here where we're standing now is about a half-mile stretch behind me of water, and it's one of the strongest currents of water in the UK. Basically, the Irish Sea empties into this half-mile section and up into Strangford Lough. And behind me here is the other town of Strangford, or as it was named by the Vikings, Strongfjord, because of the amount of currents here. And they have been experimenting here over the last 5 or 10 years with turbines in the sea. But the problem was, how did we harness that power? How did we keep it? And how did we use it at a later date? And they have discovered how to do that, as they have sort of defined the energy of sort of keeping it together. And Jamie explains better yet again now.
Luckily, in these islands, Ireland and Great Britain, we are blessed with an abundance of wind. And personally, what I would do, and it's not my idea, but I would construct wind farms, more wind farms onshore, but very many wind farms offshore, because wind farms offshore can benefit from a higher, what's called a higher capacity factor, which means on a like-for-like basis, they will deliver more electricity than an onshore wind farms. And then use that, the extra supplies, to split water into hydrogen and oxygen, store the hydrogen as a supply to use, because we really should regard natural gas as a transition fuel. There is a huge resource out there in trapping the power of the tides. The advantage of that is, of course, is that the tides are entirely, unlike the wind, are entirely predictable. That technology, I think, or development of that technology should really be accelerated to a great extent, and we could then be even more protected when we have those periods, perhaps when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. It's there, the technology, the ideas are there. More work has to be done on tidal power, but we really are not in a situation where we have no options. We've lots of options. We just need the political will to drive them through.
Well, the political will, that was Jamie DeLargy, the energy correspondent there, talking to me a short while ago. But what he's saying is quite clear and quite clever. And if you take it from here and you place that on the North Antrim coast across to the Mull of Kintyre, it's about 12 miles. That's all it is between Ireland and Scotland. And if you can imagine the amount of energy that would come out of there, and they could then sort of know exactly what was going on with their energy costs, it would keep that inflationary pressure off their economies and keep us in a far better place financially.
There's a lot of sense to it. Doogie, thanks very much indeed.
Should have been built years ago, shouldn't it? Instead of leaving it to now, to the last minute.
There's been a lot of talk about tidal power and things for a long time, and nothing has ever really happened. Don't know why.
And they're always the NIMBYs as well, aren't they? Not in my backyard, but it's got to be somewhere, hasn't it? And we all need power. We're all so determined to, I don't know, all our gadgets and gizmos and the way we live our lives now, we need a lot of power. And we should have been thinking about this years ago.
Yeah.
Well, clearly the experts were, as you say. Shall we move on to the world of show business? Our reporter Stephanie Tetchy joins us now. And we were talking about Sidney Poitier earlier. Yeah. And the more you read about him, the more remarkable a man he seems to have been and lived a long life. Sadly, we've heard that he's died at
the age of 94. And he definitely lived a very illustrious life and career. Like, there's definitely, I don't think, for our generation, I don't think there'll be another of his kind. And the kind of barriers that he broke down in Hollywood, it's like it's still being reflected today in the movie parts that now black actors can have. You know, back when he was starting out, most black actors were either the servant or the maid. Yeah. And he was one of the first few actors that was like, no, actually, I can't sing, because they expected you as a black person just to be able to sing and dance. Yeah. And he was like, I can't sing. I'm going to be taken as a serious actor, which he did. And what he's done for many generations, you've had people like Denzel Washington, who says, like, my career would not be where I am today without Sidney Poitier, kind of thing. And it's not just a black issue, or he was just for black people. There's many actors and many people who've been inspired by the work that he's done, and I'm glad that he lived the long life he did.
Well, I mean, it shows what a great talent he was by the fact that so many of his movies are classics.
Yeah, and, you know, the younger generation, the only good thing when someone dies is that if you hadn't heard about them, you got that opportunity to watch their work and the art that they've done, and I think that's what most people will be doing this weekend.
He said, though, I felt very much as if I were representing 15, 16 million people with every movie I made. Yeah. But he did prefer tennis to acting. He found the pressure of being the only black actor in many of his films and carrying everybody else's dream to be excruciating was a heck of a responsibility for him.
It is.
And he was always seen as the standard bearer when maybe he didn't really want to always be that.
And I think a lot of black actors found a lot of comfort from him, just him being there and just paving the way, knowing that, you know what, if someone like him can break down barriers, what is our excuses today?
It is that, as you say, one in a million, though. There'll never be another, in the sense that a lot of those initial barriers have now been broken. Yeah. But, I mean, it's not to say there isn't a way to go.
Yeah, definitely.
Because he was the first black actor to get the Best Actor Oscar. Yep, that was in 1963. Now, when did the first female get it? Was it about 25 years later? It was
Halle Berry, and she
got it. I don't know when, but it was a many years later.
Yeah.
So it took that long for a woman to break through.
And we don't know when we will next see it again.
And apparently he had very mixed feelings about his Oscar in 1963. Yeah. Because he always thought, did I get it just because I'm the token black guy? Yeah. And so apparently, although he did display his Oscar at home, he always displayed it on its side.
Really?
Topped it over. Yeah. Because he just wanted to show that he was in two minds about. Apparently, it says so here in the Daily Mail, so it must be true.
Now, talking about things that must be true because they're in the paper.
Yeah.
Well, this in the Star, and our very own Eamon, because we know he does struggle with his bad back a bit, but he's touching his magic stick, it says, to cure his back pain.
Is that a Daily Star double entendre? Or
I hope not.
Is there really a magic stick?
Well, according to Eamon, it does work. He believes in tree spirits and he believes that they've got healing powers. So I've had a bit of a bad back, so I might be taking a stick out of his book and seeing if it can work.
Is it carved from a certain sort of tree or something?
It's a willow or something, isn't it?
I think it's willow.
Yeah.
It's carved by the same man who made Gandalf's stick, from Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Though I
So
don't know
apparently there's a lot of healing powers to it.
Is there? Yes. Well, if Ian McKellen's got one, then there you go. It's made by Welsh craftsman David Roberts from Pembrokeshire.
Well,
it's a tribute to the tree spirit.
If all he does is lean on it, it'll help.
We're going to have to find out from Eamon.
Oh, and what's the latest gossip about Grange Hill?
Guys, so it's been 40 years since Grange Hill has... No, I think it's about 30 years since... No, about 20 years or so since... I'm like 40, 30, 20.
It's a long time.
A lot of time since it's been on our screens. Almost it feels like time's frozen. But it's going to be coming back in 2023, so we got a bit of wait. But it's not coming back as a series. It's coming back as a movie, which has been confirmed by the creator, Sir Phil Redmond. He says that he wants the movie to reflect the modern-day classroom.
No.
So it's going to be controversial.
So
a lot of TikToks, a lot of Instagram, and masks.
Although it is a classic, and Zammo and Todd Carty, whatever his character was. I did watch it as a kid.
Yeah.
But I hated it.
No.
I hated Grange Hill.
I loved it. I think it's like the nation had grown up with Grange Hill. The thing is, I liked it at the time when it was because it was tackling a lot of controversial issues, teen pregnancy, drug addictions, where now
Which children's things had never done before.
No.
So it was groundbreaking.
So it was groundbreaking.
And it launched a lot of careers too.
Oh, it did.
But I missed it. It's a generation thing, isn't it? You can tell how old you are from certain programs.
And what characters.
I missed that one completely.
So my friend Michelle Gale was in it. I've never told her that I didn't like it.
No, I don't. Well, she knows now.
Sorry, Michelle.
She knows now, but it should be exciting. I think it will be interesting to see it as a film. The creator said there will be a couple of old characters come back.
It'll have an audience.
He hasn't named who, but I'm sure there'll be fresh faces, and it'll be good to see. Hopefully,
the industry's doing that now, isn't it? They're taking series that we used to watch, turning them into movies and getting a whole new,
because they
making more money out of them.
Because they know nostalgia works, you know, across all generations, and then you introduce it to a new audience, and who knows, after the film, they probably will bring it back on TV if it does well in the box office.
I mean, can you imagine, though, if as long as they don't bring that, what was the single called? Just Say No. That was awful. If you want to frighten yourself this weekend, go and look that up on YouTube.
I'm sure someone's already working on the remix as we speak.
I think you're probably right. It's definitely really good to see you this morning.
Guys.
Thank you.
And coming up, we've got all the weekend sport with Rhiannon, so don't go away.
Hello there, I'm Eamon.
And I'm Isabel.
And you're watching the GB News digital stream across the United Kingdom.
And around the world.
If you're here in the UK, you can also watch us on your TV screen. GB News is Freeview Channel 236.
On Sky, we're Channel 515.
626 on Virgin Media.
Just remember, you might need to retune your TV to watch the channel.
Yeah, and if you are doing that, find out more about retuning by going to gbnews.uk.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilized conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
It's 9:44. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. We've got all your weekend sport with Rhiannon. Good morning, good morning.
Very good morning.
What have you got for us today?
Well, we talked about Novak Djokovic in the last show, so I reckon we start this time with the FA Cup. It's third round.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
32 matches in total.
Oh, wow.
Manchester City, no surprise, are already through. They're the first team to go through. They beat Swindon 4-1, Swindon League Two side. A lot of the talk is whether or not the FA Cup has lost a little bit of its magic. Why? Because there are no replays this year. It's just one-off ties because of COVID, and also there are lots and lots of players who are missing. A good example is Manchester City, who had no less than 20 players missing, seven first-team players.
COVID has changed the whole excitement factor as well at the moment. It hasn't recovered yet, has it?
No,
Clearly not.
absolutely hasn't.
I don't know, just the whole excitement build-up around everything football. However, a bit, hasn't it?
However, in the FA Cup, arguably, it could give the lower league sides a best chance. Not with City, though. 4-1 they beat Swindon, and they are through even without their manager, Pep Guardiola, and without 7 first-team players. Quite frankly, they could probably play their third team and still win. Another couple of them, though. Another couple of matches that I think are worth looking out for among the many that there are. Newcastle against Cambridge United. Now, Newcastle United have made their first signing since that Saudi Arabian takeover, and it is Kieran Trippier, no less. He signed for £12 million or thereabouts, plus add-ons, from Atletico Madrid, the Spanish league, La Liga's Atletico Madrid. Why? Plenty of discussion and question. Oh, and if you're listening on the radio, do look this picture up of Kieran Trippier and his shirt. He slightly missed the badge there. A little awkward.
Oh, he has
Hopefully
missed the badge, hasn't he?
Slightly more on target with the shots on goal.
It's a great shot, though.
I don't understand what I'm looking at.
Well, he's meant to be pointing at the badge.
He's pointing at his badge, but he's not really got his finger hasn't quite got there.
Pointing at his armpit.
Yeah. Another player, Burnley player, apparently went to kiss the badge, lifted the wrong side of the shirt and kissed the wrong side for the photo. Anyway, I deviate. So Kieran Trippier, I think a lot of the chat surrounding him to Newcastle is, has he moved for the money? No, he says absolutely not. He's moved for the challenge. Now, Newcastle are second bottom. They are fighting to stay up. So arguably, they really do want to have a fighting chance to win a trophy, FA Cup. Because
a lot of pressure on his shoulders then.
Who, Kieran Trippier?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure.
Well,
I'm not
£12 million
because
might assuage that.
This is the argument.
He can get a good physiotherapist to deal with the weight on his shoulders, can't he?
He also said that he wanted to move back up north. He wanted to swap Madrid, which I know very well because I used to work for Real Madrid Television, an absolutely fabulous city, wonderful weather. It's nothing against Newcastle. My husband's from Durham.
You worked for Real Madrid Television,
I did.
So you just talked football day and night, all day.
Even more specific than that, Anne, I talked Real Madrid day in, day out, in English and in Spanish, because they have a
Wow!
system.
I mean, as long as you love your football, that's one heck of a job, isn't it?
I loved Real Madrid, Anne. I loved Real Madrid because I worked for the club, and you have to love the club that you work for.
There must have been lots of little, extra little favours and things that you could get, tips and...
I had a lot of exclusive interviews with Cristiano Ronaldo and Jose Mourinho.
Oh, did you?
Because I worked.
I love the way she just drops that in.
And actually, I really did get on with them both.
I've always thought with sports presenters and reporters, obviously they're in the job because they love sport. To be paid to talk sport the thing you love all day and night. I just think that must be the best job in the world.
It is the best job in the world, and I continue to do so for GB.
I was going to say, this better be the best job in the world, otherwise you're in a whole host of trouble.
This is now the best job in the world and the best job I've ever had.
But having transferred from Real Madrid, we're very, very thrilled.
Did you get a transfer fee?
Not 12 million.
Not quite.
Oh, dear.
I deviate. Do we have any more time to
Yeah,
go
go
on. So Kieran Trippier, he moves to Newcastle. He is likely to play against Cambridge United. So it'll be interesting to see what he delivers. And then the other one that we must mention is Philippe Coutinho, who's on loan from Barcelona, and he is going to Aston Villa, who play Manchester United, no less. One is that he did incredibly well at Liverpool, and he made this massive move over to Barcelona after Neymar had left, and he was going to be the next big thing. There was a lot of pressure on him. He didn't deliver. He hasn't had a very successful 4 years, but he's now back in the Premier League, and he's back with Steven Gerrard, who's now his manager. Formerly, when he was with him at Liverpool, Steven Gerrard was his captain. So high hopes that Philippe Coutinho will be able to rediscover his form and perform for Aston Villa. Now, he probably, most likely, won't be in action in the FA Cup because things haven't progressed quick enough. But there is a double header. They've got Manchester United at the weekend, the following weekend in the Premier League. So one to watch there. Aston Villa United, Newcastle, Cambridge United.
OK, can you sign off in Spanish?
Bueno, eso es todo. Buena suerte, bienvenidos.
Oh, good. I got good luck.
Yeah, and well done. Enhorabuena.
Hey, thank you.
You're doing fabulously.
I love it. I'm trying to learn Spanish, and you've just scared me to death with that yourself.
No, you understood. You understood.
I did understand. Well, yeah. Couldn't say it back to you, though.
We went off on a tangent there, didn't we?
We did, but that's what
I love a tangent in the morning.
I can talk about myself all day if you like.
Fine. Make it a special spot, Rihanna.
Welcome to Tangent Television.
Oh, Spanish. It's a beautiful language.
It's very, very fast.
Yeah,
I imagine we speak fast to the Spaniards.
Yes, probably. Now, it is Sunshine Saturday. You might not believe it if you look out of the curtains this morning, but travel firms say that Brit holiday bookings are rising, and the government has recently abolished PCR testing and self-isolation rules. That's all changing, actually, I think, from tomorrow.
Yes, it's not immediate, is it? Sunshine Saturday, though, today, normally takes place in January when people tend to go back to work and dream of their holidays. Our North West England reporter Bradley Harris is so excited, he's planning his already. Where are you?
Yes, that's right. Good morning. I am already planning mine, and so are others. I've been actually looking at Iceland. I'm going there in a couple of weeks, but since being here at Henbury Travel in Macclesfield, I've actually been rethinking my decision because Richard Slater, who is the managing director, just sat behind me, has been showing me some really good deals on Iceland that I didn't even know existed. So if you really want to try and find a bargain, come down to your local independent travel agent. You might find some hidden gems, but many people have been coming in today. In fact, just now we had somebody trying to come in just now since I've been live on GB News. But also a little bit earlier on, we had a couple that came in, just booked some flights to Madeira. They were in and out in 10 minutes. People are really booking flights. People really want to get away. And those popular destinations in Spain, Mallorca, we're talking Malaga, Alicante, really popular. Earlier on, I had a quick look and there was flights for about 29 quid from Manchester Airport. That was for tomorrow for 7 days. So there are some real bargains to be found. But of course, as these travel rules are starting to relax, and as you say, from tomorrow, they're changing again for those who are vaccinated, where PCR tests are no longer needed just prior to departure. That is encouraging people to start packing their bags, start looking at the deals, and actually get away from it all. And many people haven't been away for around 2 years or so. So this is a long time coming for some people. People want to go and see some sun, go and enjoy themselves after what has been quite a turbulent couple of years. So yeah, expect many more people to be booking. And if you are thinking about booking, think fast, because those deals are going very quick.
Oh, yeah, I bet they are. I can understand that as well. Bradley, really good to see you this morning. Catch up with you a little bit later.
Thank you. Earlier on, we were asking you if you were out and about early in the morning and maybe you were seeing some beautiful sunrises.
Oh, yes.
My brother-in-law always takes pictures of sunrises when he's out on his morning constitution. I was going to say he actually runs. Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
But he comes across these fantastic sunrises and sends us pictures to the rest of the family. And I wondered if you would want to do the same thing.
And thankfully, some of you have been out and about this morning, hopefully listening to us on GB News Radio as you've been doing it. Let's kick off with Sutton-on-Sea and Kirsty Scott, who sent us this.
Oh, you see, that's a beautiful one. And I love the camera, what do you call that, a camera flare thing?
Yeah.
That's absolutely beautiful.
Gorgeous, isn't
See, that's our beautiful country.
Now, Scott Rowell has been up to Blackpool.
Wow.
That's gorgeous.
For our radio listeners, we're looking at a picture of, it's the most amazing colours again, isn't it? It's blues and pinks.
Purples and absolutely, I love Blackpool.
Now, it's not just in Britain, though. Bob Jackson has taken this picture from his balcony in Andalusia, in Spain. And that's, again, fantastic sunrise.
Oh, nice.
But very, very Spanish sort of buildings, silhouettes in the foreground, which is wonderful.
That is very nice.
Beautiful, thank you.
Let's take you to the Isle of Wight this morning. Adam Gatesy. That's lovely. That's
countryside and beautiful sunshine.
And the sort of sun flares heading across the view.
We've got some very good photographers watching. And then earlier, of course, we were also talking about whether you're a dog person or a cat person and all the rest of it. And we showed pictures of our pets. So you've, I think, done the same thing, I think.
Yes, you have. Have we got...
We've got a picture of Buster the Labrador.
Yeah.
Who is...
The chocolate lab. Have we got that? Ian Price sent this in. It's coming in just a second. Buster's chomping at the bit.
Come on, Buster. Let's see him. No, all right.
We'll try.
We'll keep him for you tomorrow.
We will do.
Yeah. Thank you for all your pictures. That's absolutely brilliant. We'll show some more tomorrow.
We will, and it's been really good to have your company this morning and make it a regular thing, why don't you?
Well, shall we come in again tomorrow and do it all over again?
I think we might do.
Do join us tomorrow, won't you? We'll be up at 6, up with the lark.
Next, though, it's the Saturday selection. But first, though, is the weather.
It's time to remind ourselves there's always another winter. Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello, mixed fortunes of weather across the UK through this weekend. Some heavy rain and some strong winds on Saturday. A little bit less cold than it has been recently, but sunshine and showers returning by the time we get through to Sunday. If we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the reason why. There's large area of low pressure is bringing frontal systems eastwards across the UK. So some heavy rain, like I said, and also some strong winds shown by the tightly packed isobars on the chart. So it's a wet start to the day across the UK on this Saturday morning. Some really quite heavy rain around, particularly towards South Wales, South West England. Still the chances of snow across higher ground of Scotland for a time, and some strong winds to accompany that rain as well, particularly towards the southwest and across the English Channel. Now, once that rain clears through, it will turn brighter from the west with some sunny spells, but a rash of showers spreading in from the Atlantic, and again those showers could be heavy and possibly wintry, particularly over higher ground. Still staying windy, particularly towards the southwest with the risk of gales, but for many places a slightly milder day than it has been recently. Now, through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight, we say goodbye to that rain across the far southeast, and behind it, a mixture really of clear spells and some showers. Again, those showers could be heavy, possibly wintry, particularly towards the north and the west. But as I said, between those showers, some clearer spells for a time, and under those clear spells, it will turn rather cold. These are temperatures in towns and cities, but I think in more rural spots, a little bit colder than that. So again, the risk of some frost and a few icy patches to start Sunday morning. But as we do start Sunday morning, though, a brighter start to the day, I think, compared to this morning. Some sunshine first thing, but already from the word go, some showers towards the north and the west. Again, those could be quite heavy and possibly wintry, and those will slowly push their way eastwards through the day. A chance of a more persistent spell of rain and snow into the afternoon as well. But as I said, a brighter day for many places, more in the way of sunshine. Temperatures not quite as high as they will be on Saturday, though. I think around where they should be really for the time of the year. Quick look ahead then to the early part of next week. A lot of dry weather to come across the south at first, but a lot of cloud around across the UK. Still some patchy rain towards the north and the west, but I think gradually through the week, many places would turn drier and brighter, with temperatures around average for the time of the year.
Canary Islands sponsors the weather.
Hello there, I'm Eamon.
And I'm Isabel.
And you're watching the GB News digital stream across the United Kingdom.
And around the world.
If you're here in the UK, you can also watch us on your TV screen. GB News is Freeview Channel 236.
On Sky, we're Channel 515.
626 on Virgin Media.
Just remember, you might need to retune your TV to watch the channel.
Yeah, and if you are doing that, find out more about retuning by going to gbnews.uk.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilized conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to Saturday Selection here on GB News. It's a new look, a new sound for the new year and a new presenter. Philip Davis is joining Tonya Buxton and myself, Esther McVeigh. We've got